Hi, I'm Jason Russell from Critical Dice, and you're watching Fabled 42, where we build community through friendship, gaming, and chaos. And today, we are streaming Fables of Ukador. You can watch us live here on this channel, twitch.tv Fabled42, the first Sunday of every month, which comes by oh so quickly, and that's the game we'll be playing today. I've introduced myself, so why don't I take a moment to introduce my wonderful players to you here. Let's start on the top, going from the left to the right. That's you, Doreen.
Oh, goodness. We're starting with me. Hi, everyone. I'm Eddie. I'll be playing Dorin, the elf cleric / blood hunter. You can find me on Instagram at EddieGilbert2, or you can find me also on Twitch as well at Discount Bard for low-key video game entertainment.
All right. Eckers.
Hello, I am Eckers, human fighter rogue. I'm Lindsay Rousseau, and you can find me on all the social medias at Lindsay Rousseau. My name, spelled correctly. We'll put it in Twitch.
Absolutely. Josh.
Hey, everybody. I'm Joshua Blake of NPC Voices on Twitter and Instagram, if you do want to find me. Yeah, most don't, so it's fine. I'll be playing Finn, the Goliath Ranger, today in Fables of Ukador. Thank you.
Joey.
Hi, I'm Narom, the Dwarven Monk. I'm also Joey in real life, and I'm the General Manager for Obey Alliance. You can find us at Obey Alliance at pretty much every social media. And I can't wait to get back into this monk. Like everybody else, I'm refreshing my memory on the character sheet.
Who? What?
Definitely. Well, hi, I'm Brianna. You can find me on Instagram and on Twitter at Brianna Flame. And today I am playing Ivy, a halfling rogue.
Excellent. And Chris.
Hi, I'm Chris Solo. I'm playing Kalu, the Goliath Barbarian Moon Druid.
Excellent. And running everything that I don't run as the DM. Again, I am Jason Russell. I run an Instagram account called Critical Dice. And you can find me on Twitter, too, although I tried to stay away from Twitter as much as possible because it'd be crazy, you guys. It'd be crazy. And I just want to remind you guys, like all great Twitch channels, we live and die by your support. And so I would like to remind you that if you have Amazon Prime, and if you didn't already have Amazon Prime, you do now, because what are you going to do, leave your house? That means you also have a free subscription to give to a Twitch streamer of your choice. And we'd love it if you would subscribe here. So go and find that, make sure those accounts are connected and subscribe to us, smash that like button. Yeah, so we have a couple of sponsors and then we'll get into the show. Chris, you ready to do some sponsors there?
I am trying to figure out. Oh, always so many bugs to fix. Yes. So speaking of our sponsors, anything that you see on every other show that is 3D printed is from Griffin Co. So please take a look at them when you can. Also, we are Vorpal powered. What you see here, the video and audio display, player indicators, zoom features, and all that jazz is brought to you by Vorpal Board. So please take a look at Vorpal Board. And, a big shout out to all of our the rest of our sponsors, Tabletop Things, 8-Bit Coffee Co., Critical Dice, Plaid Elephant Props, and Plus One Crafting. And you may have realized that I left one of them out, and I left one out for a reason. Master Monk Gaming is currently running a Kickstarter for the Oracle dice boxes. So it's a very nice, awesome little dice box with a window on it. Super awesome stuff. Check them out.
Is that a magnet too? Oh my god.
Oh yeah, all of our dice stuff.
Demonstrate the magnet. Yeah. The magnet does a cool thing where you can open it with one hand.
Yeah, I'm so excited to get mine. I contributed a couple weeks ago. I'm very excited.
But yes, so please take a look at those guys. We do have a few different things happening this week. Actually, Lindsay, would you like to talk about the charity situation?
Yeah, I would love to. So We are so excited to be sponsors for Jasper's Game Day, which if you are not watching us right now, when you're done watching us, head on over to their stream. They're streaming until Thursday. And what Jasper's is that they are streaming D&D all week, and all of the money is going to charities that support suicide prevention awareness. It's a wonderful cause. Make sure to check them out. All of our streams today, tomorrow, and Wednesday are going to be donating to that charity. And we are going to have a special one-shot on Friday from 7 to when we feel like stopping. That is going to be 100% supporting charity. And Fenway, the organizer for Jasper's Game Day, will be guest playing with us. So we're very excited to have her halfling rogue on our show on Friday.
Yes, thank you very much. That's it for announcements and sponsors. I'll be doing some giveaways throughout the show. Just keep an eye out in the Twitch chat. We won't be any cues for that. And the Ugadork menu is still live, so make sure to tag either myself or one of our moderators saying, hey, this potion is for Nerom, and I will message Jason, and we'll try to bring that in as quickly as possible. Back to you, Jason.
Great. Let's go ahead and roll that beautiful bean footage.
Ooh.
Muster your courage, it must not abate. Allies are more than well, evil retreats. With fate in your hand, now the story's complete. Ugator, we're full of mystery to explore. Monsters and danger around every turn, and soon enough you will learn. The choice is yours.
Okay, well, welcome back. Just to give us a recap for you watching, and as well as my players who have no clue what's going on. Last episode, a month ago, our champions at the games went to investigate the strange death of a servant and discover that some of the competitors might just be cheating with magic potions, which is strictly outlawed. After a very lively axe beak race where the Goliath brothers proved victorious, suspicions were raised when 3 of the champions were attacked by a monster formed from the sand beneath their feet. After defeating it and partially explaining themselves, they were invited back to the tent of the dwarves, where Ulrich said that they were going to get down to the bottom of this before the final competition for the afternoon. And that is where we are going to pick up with tonight's episode of Fables of Ugador. Grandparent, what is a pancreation? Now, why do you want to know about that? Well, it sounds amazing, fighting monsters and treasures and castles in the sky. Wait. The pancreation is different every time. It means all powers. This time, it was a bit more subdued than all that, but no less deadly. You guys find yourselves in the tent of Ulrich, once again, all meeting together, all the champions, all the faction leaders trying to determine if these games should go on, trying to figure out if there is some real mortal danger here. So far, the original dwarf champion was kind of taken out, Gunter, and was killed all by himself mysteriously. And then later that night, another person was killed. Findel's servant or slave, perhaps, was killed. And you guys have investigated both scenes of the crime and put it to side to, go on this axe beak race, which was pretty rad. And then 3 of our number got attacked, seeing a giant hand made of sand erupting from the floor beneath them to attack them and harry them, and they seem to have chased it off for now. And so you're there before Ulrich, and he says, "So what happened exactly?"
Well, Narom will cough up a pile of sand, considering he took a wollywomp from it.
It's a technical term.
Some fist came up and hit me. It was made of sand, and I indicate to my body where I'm just coated. Hit me pretty hard.
Yeah, you got so much sand on you, like you're like a powdered donut,
You're just covered in it.
Yeah, exactly.
That is the crunchiest donut I can possibly imagine.
Oh, it sounds terrible.
They got the idea.
Oh, what happened?
And he says, "Are we good?"
Yeah.
Yeah. And he says, "So a giant hand, eh? What? Were you able to kill it or drive it off?"
I punched it a lot, and it went away. It's typically how things go.
That's a sound plan, typically. And what about you, Goliath brothers? Did you see this as well?
I saw the end of it, but how do you kill sand?
That's a fun point. You, a quiet one.
It just disappeared. It seemed to have taken off. It doesn't seem like it was destroyed, just disappeared.
He turns to Amis and says, "Is there any reason why we can't continue? I mean, this is the last event, right?" "Yes, this is the last event, and it should be starting in a mere 45 minutes or so. If everyone's happy with continuing and bringing this conclave to a close, then I see no reason why a unexplained phenomenon here in the wilds of the desert should cause us to stop. Are there any objections?" And he kind of looks to the other faction leaders, and there's Garrett from the humans, just like he has his arms crossed, and he kind of looks over to the faction leader for the elves with Endora, and she nods, and he kind of nods too, like, "Yeah, we're fine." And the halflings, Nazar, he says, "We're fine continuing, but this is very unusual. We pass this way as part of the unending rope many times in the year. We have never seen such a thing. I would exercise caution, but we are prepared to continue and to win." And Ami says, "And champions, are you prepared to go forward? Have any of you been deterred?"
I'm surprised that we're not heeding more caution after 2 murders and a mysterious sand hand that can't be explained.
Well, we are taking every precaution, and it seems to be sporadic and not attacking the general populace. The most important thing seems to be able to conclude the games and let everyone return home, away from this potential danger that is still, as of yet, unspecified.
I would think the biggest priority would be to track down the nature of this threat.
Misty stands up from behind Garrett, who is the gnome advisor to the humans, and she says, I can probably build something to track it, kind of like a dowsing rod for sand." No, that wouldn't work. Maybe for like magic or something. Oh, I said the word. Okay, but for like weird woo stuff, and I can probably find something and kind of track it down and everything while you guys get ready for your next thing.
Jason, I would like to pull Ulrich aside as much as possible
Sure.
and relay to him the tracking that me and Finn did to the boulder that we found that looked like it had some kind of mechanism to move. Just kind of let General, myself and the thinner brother, Goliath brother,
Hey,
we tracked we tracked something to the outside of the camp. It appears there's something hidden behind a large boulder along the mountain range side. If I'm correct, Jason.
oh yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Right up against the step.
So bumped right against it. There seems to be something. I don't exactly know. His wolf tracked it all the way out there.
And did you find the symbol for the games on it?
Yes, we did.
That's where the pancreation is taking place this time.
Whatever potentially attacked fled there initially from the Elven tent.
Do you think the elves are behind it?
You know me. I'm always suspicious. It's just my nature. But at least the two competing, seemed genuinely concerned about what happened.
Speaking of suspicious, are either of them within earshot when they're having this conversation?
Go ahead and give me a perception. What's your passive perception? How about that?
My passive perception.
Yes.
Passive perception is 16.
Yeah, they're within earshot of you.
Okay. Would I have overheard what they were saying?
Yeah, I think that when he starts talking about, secret nighttime activities, you kind of picked up and you heard pretty much all of that.
So you found something.
Ulrich's like, what the?
Eavesdropping, huh? Oh, maybe. And I kind of motioned to Finn.
He's like,
yes.
Norom, do you trust your teammate? Do you trust Kelu?
Yes, seems trustworthy so far.
And I assume he's going to trust Finn?
I think with his own life.
Human champion. What's your stake in all of this? What do you want to see happen?
I just want this all to end as soon as possible.
All right. And what is it? Dorin? What do you want out of all of this? You seem interested.
There's something unnatural going on here, and 2 deaths have happened in the midst of this celebration. I think it warrants investigation.
Well, if your tracking was correct, then perhaps that thing's hiding inside the caves. If you know that, then you all work together as opposed to competing with each other. You may be able to discover what's going on and win some points for your factions. Although those points seem less and less important every hour.
If the body counts rises, they won't be important at all.
Aye. Finn?
If it's okay, I would like to give this guy a look over and just see what his body's telling me. Are his hips lying?
You know these people don't lie. Give me that perception. Or actually, you know what? Insight. You're trying to read into the person, so insight.
Can I re-roll?
Yes. I changed my mind so the dice can too.
Same roll. Good time. So that'll be a big ol' 11.
11? He seems to you to be genuine, but also a hair bit competitive. Yeah, he's saying perhaps that, don't worry about the points, but at the same time he's like, but get those points.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're not first, you're last. That makes sense now. Norom, would it be smart to take the rest of the contestants or just us in Kalo?
It's difficult to tell. We don't exactly know what's waiting on the other side. These strange happenings.
If you're
Could
looking for
be-
a good tracker, there's one here.
I am rather quiet and skilled in the art of infiltration. So I may be able to assist with us approaching quietly, even in a fairly large group.
And I'm not sure if you're aware, but given how most of the others around here seem to view me, this may be within a realm of something that I have experience with.
Say there are strength in numbers. However, the competition, as the game master implied, may have to be put on pause for the greater good.
Here's how I see it. We don't know who can trust. We don't know if it's one of us, one of the faction leaders, or one of the contestants that's behind all this. So you may need to keep it a small circle. Maybe just the four of you. And once you're inside, pursue your true goal. But if you can get some points at the same time, well, I wouldn't be adverse to that.
What does this final challenge entail?
Are you asking Ulrich, or are you asking Amis?
Amis.
So you kind of turn around from your little huddle,
Yeah.
and he says, well, that's an excellent question. The pancreation means all powers. This is the final event, which could really be anyone's game. Typically, I make this speech before the crowd, but under the circumstances, I see why it might be better now. There is a certain cave against the steppe that we have cordoned off to keep it safe and untramped in. No one has been in there in 2 days. And we know that it is a bit of a maze. There are some minor creatures that dwell there. And before anyone arrived, attendants placed a banner of the games itself. And you guys remember this, like this kind of old Captain America shield symbol that has the 5 rays of the 5 colors of the factions on it. And whoever can return with that faction first, with that flag of the factions first, they win the event. The pancreation is weighted in so that if you do it quickly enough, any faction could potentially come from behind to become the champions. They've also been outfitted with a few small caches of equipment made by Misty and by the Endless Rope, as well as some patrons from each of the factions have donated potions made from a particular flower of a cactus here in the desert, which can revitalize you. So everything is set up.
And you're sure you're sure no one has been in there since it was set up?
Correct. It's been sealed with the seal of the games, and no one has been in there in at least 2 days to place the items and the donations.
I turn back to the group. Yeah,
Huddle.
Something's not adding up here. I think small group.
Are all 6 of us here?
I was just going to ask,
Yeah.
because wasn't I not here? Did we
So
come back?
because at the end of last episode, everyone had either arrived or was running up. Eckers, you
okay.
actually shot at that
Sorry.
thing a couple of
Yeah,
times.
sorry for
Okay.
being so quiet then, because I for some reason thought I was still a ways
No,
away.
no.
Okay.
The only ones who
That's
arrived after all the shouting had finished was Ivy and Dorin. And
Okay.
Ulrich, in his kind of typical fashion, when something goes wrong, he calls for a group meeting. And so Findel, Ariel, Breath, Mara, the faction leaders, all of you guys, and Amis are all here in this tent.
Great.
Because you're the stakeholders, as it were. You're the ones who it matters the most to if some big change is going to happen. So yes, Eckers, you are here.
Great. Well, quite frankly, what better way to show off our skills than to take on something that would be a real challenge as opposed to you motley crew in the ring.
That's the spirit I like to see. So, what shall it be? Are we moving forward? Or are we canceling the whole thing?
I think moving forward is the only way. Canceling would raise suspicion.
And perhaps cause more chaos than you want. I can make one suggestion if we are concerned about the safety. The Pancration event in this iteration has been this way a few times. It changes every year. Typically is not a spectator sport. There's no way for the crowd to see inside. They typically loiter around the mouth of the cave, singing songs, making food, as it's the end, marks the end of this enclave, and wait for the first champion to emerge victorious, or to give up, to chide them. In this case, we could move the celebration further away, perhaps creating a buffer if you think there might be some danger to the populace.
I think that's a good idea.
We still don't know the nature of who's being targeted.
What do you know? Is he just going after elves or dwarves? What's the consistency here?
He's going after anyone that wears the crest.
The crest. And Mies goes, interesting theory, Master Goliath, but the slave, servant of Findel humps. Servant. My apologies. He was not a champion.
He had the crest on him.
Ah.
It was torn from the shirt when it was found. I think it's going after the badges.
Ariel looks at Findel and says, you know, he was washing your clothes. He would have had it on him. And Findel just kind of looks, honestly, a little haunted for a moment, and then, like, straightens up to his typical kind of jerk face self.
Do these crests have any magical properties? Or any reason why anyone would want it?
No. They merely signify you as champions in the game. As champions in the games. They allow you access onto the field and into the events.
So these can't like track our location or anything if we were to lose it?
Yes, that's a very good question. I mean, because we don't need Big Brother, so to speak, knowing all of our every movements.
But I want Kelu to know all my movements.
Anybody looking for a brother?
I'll be stuck in you. Amis gesture to you, Norome, and says, may I see your crest?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it pops right off, and he takes it and says, they are not forged with any magic or enchantments or even prayers over them. They are merely metal that signifies your role in this competition. If I have limited knowledge of such things, however, I suppose it would be possible if someone was inclined to use magic to do so. Perhaps Master Goliath or Doreen, you would have something to add? And he's like specifically calling you two out.
Which one's the Master Goliath? Is that me or is it Finn?
Yeah, that's you, Caleb.
Oh.
I would imagine the magically inclined one.
Yeah, well, technically they both are, but Kalu did make the lights flicker in a prayer during the first dinner.
I mean...
He hands the badge back to you.
Oh, hang on a second.
And Amis is just very patiently just staring at you, Kalu, and looks over at Doreen.
Doreen approaches and examines while you're looking at it.
I don't know. I mean, what are we thinking? Are we thinking that someone is using these to create magic? Is someone using magic to... Dorian.
Would we know if something that would be capable of tracking via magic was a possibility?
Yeah, I think particularly you two might know. I think both of you might have access to something like a spell like Locate Object.
Oh yeah, I do have that, don't I?
Yeah, it's a spell that helps you to
Yes.
locate objects.
So,
In case the name wasn't self-explanatory.
Yeah, some of these spell names are really on the nose.
It's like I DM like a bunch of shows a week, and I'm trying to remember who
Yeah.
is who.
Don't get me started on Chill Touch.
Oh,
It's
no,
either
it's
a
the same
touch
thing.
spell or a cold spell. It's a lich slap. Go ahead.
have any of these items been taken? Or have they all been accounted for?
They are all accounted for as far as I'm aware. Findel, you retrieved yours? And Findel kind of shows his on the side of his shirt. Yes, I added it back.
So if someone had the necessary skills to track the location of an item, are you implying that we set up bait for this creature?
You hear Urt go, That's not a bad idea.
It's not a bad idea.
I love this plan. I think it's fantastic.
I say, if we do go forward with the events, then when we do go into the pancreation, we have one person carry all of the badges,
Oh.
That makes sense.
like as if he was going in a group. Who knows, it could be me and the wolf, could be someone else. Predators need prey, and it seems like we are all the prey. I think it's about time we become the predators.
Now that's an
I'd be
idea.
willing-
that I like.
I'd be willing to volunteer.
That's trippy.
Here's your turn.
It might be better for me and the wolf. We can move faster.
Trust me, when it comes to things that go bump in the night, I can handle myself.
Garrett pipes up. Yeah, haven't you heard? He's the Babadoo's paying. We'll take the honor. So he's vying for Finn to have it, and Acker steps up and is like, "No, listen. He spoke up first. He can do it. I trust him. He was chosen as a champion on purpose." And Amis kind of looks to Doreen and Finn and says, "Well, it seems you have a plan. Who will execute it?"
I will I will follow closely in the shadows, Doreen. If you are ambushed by anything, I'll be close by, even if you don't see me at the moment.
We'll do the same. We've got your
I
back.
would advise keeping your distance until we know the nature of what this is.
Of course.
Amis interjects and says, "Faction leaders, I do have one final thought, if I may have a sidebar with each of you for a moment." And each of the faction leaders go over to him, and he speaks fairly briefly, and you kind of see nodding heads all around, and Ulrich, like, "Yeah, that sounds good." And he comes back and he says, "Typically, there are rewards for the first, second, and third places for each of the champions. I have made a suggestion that perhaps these prizes be awarded now to aid you in this most unusual turn of events. They do not represent that you have won for those who are still keeping score, but rather they are an advance, let's say, to help you succeed.
So it's going to the people who have won the events that have already happened, even though not all the events have happened, and people possess different skills that are superior in different forms of events.
Oh.
Anticipate as you arrive. Okay, I think we're back, which is good because we have things to do. All right,
Things to do, monsters to hunt. We're both.
Yes. So what are these items that you are going to bestow upon us?
The faction leaders have agreed to award one to you, Echoes. I'm sure you can
lovely.
Noron for you as well, and Ivy for you. Doreen, you already carry a considerable burden by having the badges. Finn,
The stream just ended. Ended.
we're working on it. My son's like, the stream went down. And I'm like,
It's back up. It's back up.
No, we're good. We're good. We're fine.
Keeping tabs though, I like that.
Yeah, no, he's just
yes.
I want quality content for free. Come on, Dad.
Ruthless production manager back there.
Yeah, off the wings. He's like, I'll get a hook and pull you off. And so, Eckers, Ivy, and Norom, he is going to advance to you three prizes that would normally happen after the pancreation. In order to help you survive this, since you now or everyone's kind of aware that there's something going on. Yeah, it started and ended again. Are we up solo?
Yeah, we looked good on my end.
We're good?
Yeah, we're still here.
Still up
Okay.
on my end.
You guys need to refresh. All right. Okay.
Stage manager.
I know, seriously. It's like shouting the lines from the side.
I'm doing the best I can.
You're doing it so complex.
Get better jokes.
Eckers, Misty walks up to you and has a bundle kind of wrapped up in kind of like silk, and she opens it up, and there is a dagger that she offers to you. And she says, I made this from the tail of a giant scorpion. Maybe don't lick the blade, okay?
Eckers is like,
yeah. Nice.
She's very close to her weapons.
Too close.
Oh my.
Why, thank you. This will go to very good use.
And then Norom, she pulls out of her vest, actually, and there's a metal rod about this tall. And she says, it seems like you could probably make good use of this, and hits a button, and it telescopes out to a 10-foot length. She tips it again, back down to 6 feet, kind of normal size, and she hands that to you.
I go through some monk motions, spinning it around. Yes, I think that will. And I push the button a couple times.
Yeah. And then Ivy actually, Misty steps back, and Nazir from the Endless Rope, the halfling faction leader, he steps forward and has like this parchment paper he does, and then there's this cloak he takes out, and it starts to like shimmer as it unfurls, and he says, "Our finest craftsman's made this. I think you know what this is." And he hands it to you. He says, "It was made from a displacer beast that was killed a year ago."
Yo.
That face. Oh my god.
Thank you.
And
I'll make sure it is used well.
he bows. And then Nazir says, "Is everyone ready?"
There's on the cloak. I think so.
Nerome pushes the button, accidentally catapults himself up 3 feet. Oh, I got it. I got it. I got it.
Edgar's over there, like just kind of like licking your finger, licking the blade, licking your finger. And he says, "Take a few moments to prepare yourselves. I will send envoys to let the people know that we have moved the location of the party, and you will be entering without fanfare, introduction, or witnesses. I shall return soon." And he goes off to make things ready with a slight change of plans. And yeah, you guys got a few minutes to prepare in any way that you want.
Would you call this a short rest?
Yeah, I think you need a short rest, yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
And Dorin, I think you already have your thing, yes? Your item?
Do I?
You do.
Okay.
That wasn't a trick question.
When it comes from me, I'm like, no, you have it. And
Check
so
your
to
inventory.
break the wall here a little bit while they're kind of refreshing their character sheets, I allowed everyone to pick one item before the game started 3 months ago. And I said, don't worry about it. Don't put it on your sheet. You don't have it until I give it to you in the course of the game. Kalo and Finn already got theirs in their flashback. Doreen had his for a while now, and then the last 3 items have been given out.
I haven't been able to use it yet.
Oh, don't worry.
Yeah, my Vorpal sword is incredible.
Wait a second.
And you have disadvantage.
Ah,
And your wolf eats you.
Yeah, no. Can you imagine licking a Vorpal sword? Like your tongue just falls. Okay, never mind. All right.
you lick it, your head falls off.
Snipper snack. All right. Anything else anyone wants to do before pancreation begins?
Yes. I would like to actually go over to Breath and Mara before we set out. After kind of putting on the cloak and walking over and somewhat like flouncing it about like a kid with like the sleeves too long on it, and just sort of like going over and just going like this at them with it. Did you know about this?
Mara speaks first and says, I knew that it was being made. I didn't know it was ready. I didn't even know Nazir had brought it with him.
Well,
And go ahead.
I know that it wasn't the best choice now. Leaving so abruptly, and I'm sorry. And I wish I didn't take people dying for me to have realized that.
Breath walks up to you, kind of stares you right in the eyes, and his face is still kind of hard, and just grabs you and hugs you. And you feel him kind of soften. He lets go just as quickly and walks away.
He hasn't changed a bit.
No, he hasn't, but you know that took a lot for him to do.
Yeah.
Now,
I
you
still
and me
think
have
you're the more bearable one.
yeah. Now, you and me have to have a long talk and a long drink after all this is over, but he's probably good.
I understand.
Okay.
Please stay safe.
I'll try. You too.
Of course. I'll kind of just like hit her with the side of the displacer cloak and kind of glance over and be like, I should probably walk over to Doreen, since we're in the
You
corner together.
I will hit you with that thing.
You can't catch me, and I'm gonna run.
She's just like walks off to go find breath. Anybody else?
If it's at all possible, Finn would like to ask around to see if there's any way he could get some sort of poison or anything to tip his arrows with.
Yeah, the best person for that probably would be one of the halflings. Nazir might be the best person if you want to talk to him.
Sure.
Eckers would also love to know where she might be able to get some swords that might have a little more finesse and a little more power to them.
Okay. You hear Finn talking about poison. You're just like, what were you guys talking about?
Are we talking about what? Better weapons? Absolutely.
Nazir says, and what will you be doing with this poison if I'm able to procure it for you?
I mean, if the poison's able to help, I know that my arrows may not be completely effective on their own. And maybe if there is a face behind all of this chaos, I know a poison will definitely put it down where an arrow may not do it all on its own.
And you, Lady Pirate? What would you do if I were to find this for you?
If you were to what? Sorry.
If I were to find this poison for you, what would you do with it?
What does anybody do with a good poison?
Oh, I know what I would do, but the question is you.
I mean, we're going up against some very powerful adversaries, and having, as many weapons at our disposal as possible could be most beneficial. So, I mean, I already have this lovely dagger, which, is going to be quite effective, but poisons could be applied in other ways as well.
I can do this thing for you, but you will each owe me a favor. Agreed?
Okay.
That is all I can say.
I'm sorry, we owe you a favor and you won't tell us what it is.
A favor can come from many places.
Does it involve killing someone?
No, quite the opposite.
Oh, that's too bad.
I mean, would you have a problem with that if it did?
No, I'm disappointed that it's not.
I will see what I can find.
Okay.
If I can get it to you before the event starts, we shall talk then.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else? All right, so your kind of caravan of 10 people start walking towards with a couple of attendants, the faction leaders and Amis leading the way. Missing from this group are the faction leader for the elves. She has chosen not to make this trek in the hot sun, and Dora stays behind. Misty isn't there. She went to go work on making a sand monster detector, I guess. And Nazir is not here, the leader of the Endless Rope, the halflings. Yeah, so you guys make it to the step, which again is this almost 90-degree sheer cliff face that goes straight up out of the desert, that acts as kind of the transition to the mountains from the desert. And you guys are off a little ways, a little bit north of where the kind of path going up, zigzagging back and forth, and where the kind of gnomish elevators are on the side that'll help you take you up and down. And sure enough, in Arom and Finn, you see the boulder that kind of blocked you the night before as you were searching for who had killed this servant. And there have been ropes and large wooden stabs shoved into the sides and around the edges of this thing, and there's a couple of attendants there that are getting ready to kind of push those levers and pull that rope and move the boulder out of the way to start the event. Amis says, momentarily we shall open up the caverns for pancreation. Please remember, we cannot see what you're doing inside, but please behave yourselves, watch out for each other, which this is a unusual circumstance where we would encourage participation and cooperation with the different champions. But I will give us a very brief moment for the faction leaders to speak to the champions for any final instructions. Ulrich stands over to you, Narom and Kelu, and he says, figure out what this thing is. Stay safe, and if you can, make those elves look like fools.
It's always the goal, isn't it?
I know I chose it right, boy. And he kind of gives you a pat on the cheek.
Can you reach my cheek?
Garrett looks at you, Eckers, and Finn, and he's like, still can't believe you're my choices. All right, listen. None of you expected to be here. I didn't expect you to be here, but we can win this. We're the wild cards. We can do this. You get in there, you stay alive, and you get that thing out of there. And you're unclear when he says thing out of there if he means the banner or he means the monster.
If my wolf was to eat you, which part do you think he would start with?
He kind of backs up a little bit and says, "You better save your strength. Get ready to go in there."
Thank you.
Doden tries to suppress a giggle.
He fails on purpose. Acker comes to you, Ivy and Doran, and he says, listen, I chose both of you on purpose. You're going to do great. Work together. We're the coalition. We're better together. And I know you two are the embodiment of that. We all come from different places, different backgrounds, different specialties. This event was made for us. I know you'll do us proud. And then you see... Say what?
That we got the story and just kind of like staring up at him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Eckers is definitely like,
Yeah. Mush.
I'm not doing this for you.
And you see Nazir break away from Breath and Mara, and he walks over to you, Finn and Eckers, since you both represent the humans. And he says, he takes both of your hands, like a kind of good luck kind of gesture, and you can feel a small vial in each of your hands. And he says, here's the favor. Ivy makes it out alive. Are we agreed?
Oh, absolutely. She was quite helpful to me earlier on. I've had my eye on her.
Just clarifying, who was this directed at?
So, who asked for the poison?
Me and
Finn?
Finn.
Yeah, so
Me
Finn
and-
and
yeah.
That's what I
And
thought. Yeah. And
Finn.
you're conveniently both from the same guy.
Ivy's fate is relying on you again.
No pressure.
No pressure! I swear to God, Solo, if I start crying again in this campaign,
It's not my fault.
Which,
Eckers doesn't cry. Eckers doesn't cry.
Yeah, but Lindsay does.
unrelated but conveniently on point.
Yeah.
Once
look at it-
once
Go
once Ivy and Doran separate away from
So wait, what's the potion too that you just gave us?
Here, let me finish with Eckers and Finn, and then Dorian, you can jump on that.
Sorry, I was
okay.
like, wait, what do I have?
Eckers, think of this as narrative advantage. You get a do-over. And you kind of both nod, and you open your palms, and you can see a small vial with a greenish, kind of brackish, thick liquid, and it seems to be the poison you asked for.
Great.
How many uses do you think it can?
Yeah, as
10
far as-
10 arrows.
10 arrows.
So as far as stats, we can just apply. What can we get? What are we adding?
What it means is if you dip an arrow in this and it hits something that has natural biological functions, that they have to make a DC 14 Constitution save, or they are poisoned. They have the poison condition.
And 10 uses, you said?
Yes. And the poison condition means that the creature has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. Okay.
And so
how long does it last? Is it like the dagger that I just got? Like it's done by the time you use it? Sorry.
Hector has the button run around the pH paper. Like, how does it work? It dries pretty quick. You dip an arrow, it dries pretty quickly, and it could last on there for probably a week or so, depending on the environment and how rough.
Because I'm going to use it on a sword. Is that okay?
Yeah, so I would say this is that you could coat the sword in it, but that would be it, and it would probably last. I would say like three charges, as it were.
Great.
All right. Okay.
We good?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So once Doran and Ivy break away, Doran's gonna turn down to Ivy. I know you're a capable fighter and can take care of yourself. I can't speak for the others. If we wind up in something that looks too dicey, take care of them, don't worry about me. And just keep them as far away from me as possible.
As far away from you as possible? What exactly is going on, Doreen?
If we wind up in something that ends up being too tough, I don't want anyone else getting hurt.
Well, you're my teammate. But I'll take your word for it. I'm still gonna try to get your back.
Say that last thing again, Ivy.
Still gonna try to watch your back, though.
The Coalition has to take care of each other. This is my way of doing that.
Okay. But afterwards, you have to tell me, like, all the reasons that you're being so vague about stuff, okay? I've been willing to overlook it this whole time because I think you're nice. A little gloomy and, doom type stuff, but nice enough. Okay? Do we have a deal?
We'll see.
Good.
Yeah. She can't say emo because this is D&D, but emo.
Stop being cold. Gosh.
Yeah. All right. Amis says, champions, are you ready?
Aye.
And you see the boulder go being pulled as the levers are being pulled and the ropes. A couple of guys are yanking on those, and this large opening and you start to hear as kind of the seal is broken, and he goes in, and you see the elves just take off running for the cave entrance.
Hamstring.
Let them do
That
the
was
work.
the shortest competition ever.
Let them do the work. When they come back, we'll get them. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
That was the real reason for the poison.
Mara and Breath look over at you, Ivy. They both nod, and they start running towards the entrance as well.
Kind of turn around to Doreen. You want to see a cool trick? I'm going to start jogging in that direction, kind of flutter the cloak a little bit, and you're going to see like a couple different Ivies almost going out from side to side. Having difficulty seeing which one's me.
Yeah, she uses her cloak of displacement, and you are unsure where exactly she is.
Doran gives a small smile, slightly reassured that she can definitely take care of herself.
I'm gonna look up at Kalu. Is your brother joining us? It's easy to hide behind the two of you if I don't say so myself.
Oh, come on. Let's go.
As soon as we cross the threshold, for us, I'm gonna do pass without a trace, so you guys will notice that kind of gets a little shadowy around the two of us, or the three of us. And
Good. That means I don't have to do it.
So are you using a monk ability, or are you casting like pass without a trace?
Yes, I am using my monk's specific class ability.
Ah, nice, excellent. All right, so you guys run in to Eckers. I assume you're going in, or are you like leisurely walking behind all of them into the cave?
So yeah, I mean, she's definitely kind of towards the back, keeping an eye on things. Like, honestly, her plan is to kind of like just creep into the shadows as quickly as she can.
Yeah, she's there to play sweeper. Okay, got it. All right.
And come up from behind. Exactly.
Yeah. So you guys walk into the cave, and it immediately opens up into a large chamber about 40 feet in diameter, 40 feet high. There are a few stalagmites on the ground, anywhere from 2 feet to 8 feet tall. The ground here is all sand, much like it was back outside. And you can feel like the wind at your back, kind of as it rushes down these two open chambers straight ahead and to the right. And you can see that the elves have gone straight ahead, and the halflings both have kind of like stopped for a second, looked around, and then they start running towards the entrance to the right.
Kalu,
Yes.
do you have the ability to look for the mask?
You want me to do that now?
Maybe. If you feel like it may be the good idea to do it. But I don't want to waste any of your energy.
I
You
mean,
feel like it may not.
if I want to locate something, I can locate the thing that we're trying to find. If you want.
That'd be a pretty good idea.
Are we doing this? What is our goal?
Is it the six of us right now, or
Yeah, right now it's just the six of you guys. The other four
Because
kind of
they
are
ran
going
off.
their
Are,
own.
are we really trying to win? Or are we trying to kill this thing? Like, what is the plan? I can locate the banner. That's easy. It's child stuff. But what are we doing? What is our plan?
Until we can track the source of whatever's causing this mischief, I don't care about the competition.
Same.
Killed one of mine. It
he-
needs to die.
Life is a competition, boys.
random question: is the sand creature an animal?
A beast? No.
So I can't locate him.
If you're going to locate beast, he would not show up. And also, I'd like to remind you that the text of locate object says you may locate an object that you have seen up close, at least within 30 feet, at least once before.
I've been DM'd. I got it.
I'm just saying, you haven't seen the banner before.
I didn't want to do it. I've seen a banner before.
And you can locate a banner.
So what you're saying is it's not kid stuff.
Hey, I'm trying to save you a spell slot, man. I
didn't want to do it
say nothing
anyway.
until after you cast it.
I didn't want to do
You,
anything.
you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You done did that.
So, what are we doing? Are we putting this Doran in somewhere for bait? We stand on the ground here. What are we doing?
And let me interject real quick. The plan had been, with all the champions together, was basically to either give their medals to Dorin or simply not wear their medals. I think that the elves chose not to wear their medals, and the halflings also chose not to wear theirs.
Got it.
What you guys decided, I don't know. And before we go too much further, we'll need to resolve that. But I'm sorry to interrupt, Caleb. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, that's essentially what I thought too. I knew that Doran had all of ours, but we didn't go further than that. He's in druid mode right now.
Yeah.
So, Doran, This was your idea, yeah? What are we doing?
Is there anything in the cave that seems out of place or unusual?
Yes, in fact, and since you have a passive perception of 16, you do see on one of the larger stalagmites on the ground. You actually it looks like it has like scales on it, like white and red or maybe metal or something, and that takes your notice like right away.
I approach it.
You get a little bit closer, and it looks like people have taken copper pieces and shoved them into cracks in the stalagmite, and then like bent them. And there might be 100 copper pieces stuck in like this, and they're all kind of bent down, and so it has this kind of effect of almost looking like overlapping dragon scales. And some of them have turned green, some of them have gotten calcium deposits on them from the water that drips down that creates stalagmites in the first place. But it has a very interesting effect to it. But it's definitely something that has been done intentionally by someone or someones over a pretty decent length of time.
Would I have any sort of insight as to if there's some sort of ceremonial relevance to this, or any sort of reason why someone would do this?
Yeah, you can make me a skill check, but which check is kind of up to you. Are you thinking religious rites? Are you thinking magic? Are you thinking nature? Are you thinking about cultural history? What approach are you taking here?
Well, given that the nature of the attacks all seem to have been magical, I think I'd probably take the magical approach.
Okay, so give me an Arcana check.
Are we fighting a copper dragon? That is the other question.
Yes.
Arcana check is going to be an 8, unfortunately.
8. The only thing that comes to mind is that copper pieces typically have been seen as lucky. People throw them in fountains. And you do know from personal experience, there are certain kinds of creatures that are, let's say, allergic, for lack of a better term, to certain kinds of metals.
Oh.
You have fought at least one thing in your past that didn't like cold iron. So that's all you can kind of think of right now.
I, after examining this further, invite the my fellow magic user and the ranger over. You seen anything like this before?
Have I seen anything like this before?
Have I seen anything like this before?
It's gonna break me.
Sorry.
Well, fair.
No, so you guys wouldn't have, because while you are magic dwelling people or mountain dwelling people, this is kind of out of your zone. Finn, you can make a check as well, but just because you've never seen anything like it doesn't mean you won't have some kind of insight.
Verbal or physical?
You may choose, sir.
I'm also wondering if Eckers would have heard of anything.
Yeah, Eckers, you've traveled a lot, so you could, again, you have those options. You can do cultural history. You could do, Arcana, religion, nature, anything like that. Just choose one of those. Yes, Finn.
Well, whatever I got, it was a 4 plus.
I was gonna say all of those I do not have good stats.
Yeah.
Okay. So you rolled garbage. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's on any of the ones you named are just +1, so that's 6.
A 6. Yeah, you think it's a terrible waste of money.
That's on brand.
I'm glad we're all so insightful.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, Eckers, since you mentioned earlier that your goal is to slink in the shadows, they're all kind of like looking around, and about half of them are like staring at this weird stalagmite, and no one's really looking at you. Are you going to kind of Darkwing Duck this and kind of sneak off, or what?
I'm not going to sneak. Well, because obviously I don't want to get too far away from everyone because I don't know what I'm up against. But she definitely doesn't feel like it's smart for us to be going into a battle noisily and in a large group.
Okay.
That
Did you want
sense.
to
So,
scout
I'd like to.
Yeah, are you going to scout ahead or trail behind, or?
Yeah, I would like to just go. I mean, I still want to keep them within line of sight, but scout a little bit, yeah, or at least line of hearing, whatever. Not going down any crazy side tunnels, whatever.
Okay, so yes, you're kind of peeking down the 2 tunnels. You said.
Yeah.
Okay. As you peek down the one that the halflings went down on the right, you can see that there's appears to be some rather large mushrooms on the floor in that one, and the one straight ahead is really dark, like really, really dark. The one going straight ahead.
Do I hear anything down either of them?
No. There's nothing to hear right
Okay.
now. Just that
No.
wind that kind of rushes at your back as kind of the air is, equalizing from outside.
Okay.
All right. Where do you guys want to go? What do you want to do?
As we're all kind of looking at this stalactite, is it tight from the ceiling, or is this the one on the ground?
Might.
On the
Stalagmite
ground.
might be might's on the ground.
So as we're looking at this, I'm gonna kind of look at everybody except for Eckers because she's gone.
So I don't know what we're going to face out here, but I just want to warn you all. Depending on what we fight, I might get a little scary, but don't be frightened.
Funny, I was gonna say the same thing to you.
You guys think you're really scary, don't you?
No, he gets very scary.
Eckers just pops out from the shadows, having heard this, and is just like,
I
boys,
I
always
never.
think they're bigger than they really are.
I'm the most edgelord. Nope, I'm the most edgelord.
I haven't
You guys are
talked.
so funny.
I haven't talked to Finn about this, but I assume that when I say this, that you see Dusk kind of quiver just a little bit when I say that things might get scary.
Yeah, that totally tracks.
Well,
And she's like, my real name is Phoenix Darklord. Yeah, okay, sorry.
I'm
Well,
not 100% on what we're going to
Darklord,
face,
man.
but I have a feeling that this is a ward.
if everybody stays generally close to me, I can keep your steps muffled and your movements disguised. And you'll see. I'm just gonna kind of thematically do the pass without trace here, where he kind of stops for a second. He puts his hands together, and he kind of does a sweeping motion down and outward, and you guys kind of see these shadows come out, and they all just kind of flicker around everybody and obscure you just a little bit.
That's really cool.
Useful.
A little more quiet.
All right, which way do we go? Following Eckers.
Mechanically, everybody gets a +10 to stealth checks, as long as you're within
Hey.
30 feet.
Awesome.
I'm so happy I didn't have to use a spell slot for that.
So duly noted, I need to walk slowly.
I don't know.
Uh,
I don't know. I think I have a pretty high movement speed in this group.
We might actually be comparable. I'm not entirely sure, but in either case,
man, that makes my stealth fantastic.
Yeah, but I would say you and Ivy are probably just cannot be seen. This is Ivy. She cannot
We're
be seen.
shadows. We're just shadows in the darkness.
Yeah.
We're
This
the
is-
darkness now. We're the edge
This is,
Narom, where are you? I can't follow you. Where are you?
this is Shadow Monk stuff, so yeah, my stealth is crazy high too.
All right.
so,
Excellent.
so
All right, so you have 2 obvious paths before you, straight ahead and to the right.
And I'll just be like, there's mushrooms down this side and a very unnatural darkness down the other side. I have to incorporate that in every stream now.
Unnatural.
The unnatural side is the elf side.
Yes.
Yeah, the halflings went to the mushroom
Let's
side.
follow the elves.
Preternatural
Of course
dark.
I don't trust them anyway.
Let's let them clear the way.
I clear the way
Hey.
with them.
I'd like to
DM,
take it up. Go for it.
DM, if possible, I would like to ask Dusk or try and do the Krisnaka of like the smell from last night.
Mm.
Where is it?
Oh.
I'm gonna roll for her,
Yes, I love you, Dusk.
and she sniffs around like almost the entire around the cave and down both paths, and she kind of just sits down in a symbol that means there's no clear way, like confusion.
Cool.
Well, I don't know. You're the one carrying everything, Doreen. Which way do you want to go?
I'd like to go to the split in the path and sniff the air myself.
Okay. Make me a survival check, please.
Survival is going to be a 14.
14. Are you doing this olfactory-wise? You're doing this by smell?
Yes.
Okay. You don't have a strong sense of comparison like Dusk did in Norom and Finn, since you weren't there when they tracked this thing down. But there is a couple of things that you can smell. You can definitely smell the elves that went down the straight path. You smell some musty, kind of almost like dampness coming from the other path. And then there's another smell you can't place that seems to kind of almost permeate the whole place.
Sorry.
That seems to... That's the mushroom path you were describing for the second one?
Yes, the mushroom path is the second one.
Yes. I have an inclination this is the way we need to go.
This is the way.
This is the way.
All right, so mushroom path with the halflings?
Yep.
All right, great. So you guys come down this path, and it opens up into a fairly uniform but naturally occurring room that's 20 feet across. It has a ceiling of about 20 feet tall, and this room has about across a third of the floor mushrooms of various sizes. And what's striking about this is that some of them are quite tall, like getting to 2 and 3 feet tall. And this room also has 2 ways out, one off to your left and one straight ahead. And the rest of the floor is sand. And to go straight ahead, there actually is, you'd have to kind of walk through some of these mushrooms in that area. But to go off to the left, there's mushrooms aren't really blocking that way or in front of that way. You can easily go that way.
Would I know if these mushrooms are natural, or if they're poisonous, or if they give off something, or
Yeah,
if they're
give me
actual
a
little creatures that run around?
Yeah, give me a nature check. And also, this is when especially Eckers and notices, you're like, oh, there's not a light source in here. Like in the first cave, light from the cave mouth was kind of illuminating everything, and here it's starting to get really dark.
14 for nature.
14, yeah. You've never seen these, but they look like a variant of something you've seen before. They're not poisonous, but you've never heard of anyone, using these in a culinary way.
Okay.
Do we dare light a torch moving forward?
I have a better idea. Everyone get close to me.
You keep saying
And Doran is going to use Eyes of the Night. Everyone who is within 10 feet in front of me, suddenly you find that the darkness is much more visible than it was prior. If you're within 10 feet of me, you have dark vision
Awesome.
for the next 10 minutes.
So we have to stay within 10 feet of you?
Within 10 feet of you.
So if we leave the
Yeah.
10 feet, we lose it, we come back, we get it back?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. So Eckers, Kalu, and Finn, you would gain benefits from that. Nolrom and Ivy, I think you guys are already good, right?
Yes.
Do halflings have dark vision?
I don't think so. Let me
I
double
don't
check.
think so.
I mean,
Yeah.
you would think Elias would, but they don't. Doesn't make sense.
I
No.
do not have dark vision, so I'll
Okay.
get around with you, Doreen.
Yeah, Nolrom is like, what did you do? I don't see any difference.
His vision actually gets worse.
Yeah. No, now he can see in the dark.
Well, actually-
and he can see color.
Huh.
Oh,
So
does
the
it
one- so the
does it buff?
the one benefit that he does get beyond that is that the normal 60-foot limitation isn't there.
Ooh.
So it doubles out now for him?
Unlimited.
Ooh.
Oh.
Wait, what? Unlimited range of dark vision?
No
See
maximum
into the
range.
future.
Wow. He
That's
can
awesome.
see into Kalu's soul. Wow. Awesome.
Blood.
It only lasts for 10 minutes, but at least for now we
If you
have
look
it.
into my soul, you might need to make a wisdom save. Just saying.
Dark Lord.
I knew it.
All right. So what's the plan? Everyone can see now. Some better than others.
Let's go.
I'm assuming you explained this mechanically, right? Like to the group.
Yeah,
Yes.
he is
As
business
long as
cards.
as long as you stay close to me, the darkness won't be a threat.
Okay, sounds good. We're staying close to you, the person who might get attacked because you're carrying everything.
Yeah, I was like, I feel like, it's just one fireball away from.
It's like kind of
All
carrying
of us.
daggers now. This is fine. Just kind of something on
Destroyed.
my hand.
This is
If you'd
fine.
rather brave the darkness, I'm fine pressing on ahead alone.
Let's go. Come on.
Good.
All right, straight ahead or to the left?
You said that one of the paths got us around the mushrooms. I'm trying to recall.
To the left, you don't have to walk through the mushrooms to go left.
Do I still sense the smell in that direction?
There's not as much of a moisture smell that way.
Not as much of a moisture smell.
Right. This room kind of had a musty moisture kind of thing going on, hence the mushrooms. But to the left, it's less so. The unidentified smell kind of seems to be coming from everywhere.
I can't pinpoint a direction on it.
Do we go through the mushrooms and?
So I am proficient with poisoner's kit and things of that nature. Would I know if these would be poisonous mushrooms? If they were a risk to walk by?
Yeah, I'm not going to make you roll because you're Mr. Underground. You've seen these before. These are fine. They're
Well,
more
Ivy
like
would probably know too, right? Because didn't we establish that the halflings here are the ones making all the?
that's true. I don't know if that was her particular path though, although she has some familiarity. Like I grew up in the South, but I don't hunt. Or know how to play football. But
I'll
no
relay
Rome,
that.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
no Rome for you. This is like seeing a patch of dandelions, and you're like, yeah, they don't do anything. Like it's
Yes. No, these grow where I'm from as well. No harm here. We can go that way if you think it's the correct direction.
Do you know anything else about these mushrooms, the natures in which they grow?
you know that they have to have some kind of water source, either kind of humidity in the air or something near water. So there's that.
Just means there's the presence of water. They're harmless. It's like underground grass.
And you said that there was less of the moisture smell down to the left, and there was more
Correct.
going straight.
Yeah.
Well, press onward.
All right. So straight.
Yeah, let's go straight.
Great. So in this room, again, about 20 feet around, this has a bit of a higher bit of a ceiling, about 30 feet high. In here, there's a lot of stalactites and stalagmites. None too big, but this almost reminds you of like walking into something's mouth. There's just stuff all over the place. You kind of have to weave around things to get there. And once again, you have an option of straight ahead or to the left. And around near the back of some of these, you see little pockets of smaller mushrooms of a similar kind. But there doesn't seem to be anyone in here, or you don't see the halflings or anything.
Are there any more of those stalactites? I'm still mixing them up now. The ones on the ground.
Stalactites
And
and
Pointy
tights,
things.
yeah,
Yes.
the
Tights are
ground
on top.
sharpie. The ground pointies. Yeah, there are some ground pointies here. Yes. What about them?
but are there any more of them that have those embedded pieces of copper?
That's a great question. You actually look around, and you can see that there are a few of the larger ones that do. But you can see. Give me a perception check on that.
Natural one.
Yeah. So you kind of look, and you're like, "Yep, those
Dice
three
chair.
over there have those
Seriously.
in them." Good.
Okay, and I'm sorry. What was the distinction between the two remaining directions again?
Oh, straight ahead and to the left, and both of these straight ahead. It's pretty dark down there, but you can actually hear water coming from straight ahead. Down to the left, it's nothing of notice.
Straight ahead.
Straight ahead. So as you, who's taking the charge here? Eckers, you're still in the back. Is that right?
Um,
I'm right next to Doran.
Okay.
I can scout out front
I guess-
since I don't technically need the dark vision.
Yeah, if you don't have the, I mean, I'm happy to be in the front too. But if I do get out of that 10-foot range, I will not be able to see very well.
Okay. So Eckers and Norome, you hear a noise above you as you're crossing this room. You look up just in time to see a stalactite falling straight for you. And I actually will make the roll.
I was going to say, I'm ready to roll.
Eckers does a 16 hit.
It matches.
Okay. And my fellow dwarf here, does a 10 doesn't hit, right?
No.
For a dwarf. Okay. Eckers, it drops and like slams into your shoulder, and you actually are going to take 3, 8, 9 points of damage as it just hits you super hard. And Norome, you jump out of the way just in time and look, and instead of shattering when it hits, it like worm-like gets up, and you see its little teeth.
Oh, no.
And it kind of like starts to creep away really slowly. Eckers, you see the same thing. It starts to like wiggle away from you.
I want to hit it.
Yeah, I like. Is it within reach of me?
Yeah, it is. But I think right now you're just like, like you
yeah. But I'm like, you son of a bitch, and I'm gonna like stab out at it with my dagger. Like my swords are still away, but I've got daggers all over my body, so I'm like, because I want to get, I don't want it going away. So
right. Let me pause that thought. So that happens. Everyone kind of stops, and Dorian and Kalu, you both see movement off to your sides, and you see 2 of the stalagmites like lift up, open like umbrellas, and try to grab your heads. And I'll make the rolls for that. Kalu does a modified 20 hit.
Yeah.
Natural 1 for you, Doreen. You're good. And Kalu, you take 6 points of damage, and you are blinded.
This is going well. This is
you
great.
just see him like standing there with his arms crossed, like really.
We got a little something.
And you guys can see that there's like this evil umbrella that looks like a living stalactite with all these like eyes around it. There's like brain sucking his head and like little like octopus style tentacles at the end.
It's a fucking roper. God damn it.
Actually it's another roper. This is a dark mantle for those playing along at home.
It's even worse.
Let's go roll for you to now that they're on the door.
Sorry.
Guess white.
That was not even close to what I thought we were running into.
They always remind me of the things.
So I get a free whack at the one?
20 or above?
Purple initiative?
Oh, initiative.
Either way. Yeah, roll for initiative, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, they got surprise on you guys.
Sorry, don't crash the board. Hold on.
Yeah, don't crash the board.
Oh, for crying out loud! Today is not my day for dice.
I got a 21.
I do as well.
Who did?
Oh, sorry, it takes a little time. Is that a 17 for me?
Yeah, it looks like
Okay, great. That's a 22 for me.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so I think Eckers is going first, right? Because you guys had 21s.
Finn got a natural 20.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you can't crit on initiative. What's your modifier?
23.
23. Dang, son. All right. Norome, what'd you get?
12.
12. And Dorin, do I even want to know?
6.
6. All right, great. The monster goes before you, but no one else. All right. We'll get Eckers back here in a minute. I think that means Finn, you are going first, sir. You can see 2 little worms on the ground, one thing sucking your brother's head, and then another evil umbrella kind of like floating like a air jellyfish almost, with its glowing yellow eyes blinking different times at you.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go after the octopus rock.
So I'm just going to do 2 shots at that.
Right here. Right here.
The one on his head or the one by itself?
Let's go for the one on his head.
Can't see how this could go badly. Go ahead.
No, not at all.
I like
let's
this
see.
music.
Let's see.
Right.
Also, I can't find the item for my helmet. How many charges did that thing have?
Yeah, sure.
Like
So
20.
for yours, you have it gives you dark vision
Yeah.
and Hunter's Mark 3 times a day as a bonus action.
3 times a day. There we go.
Oh,
So I'd
that's
like
nice.
to use Hunter's Mark as a bonus action on the one on his head.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just going to die from the damage that I deal once I figure this out. But that's, I think, a 24 to hit.
Yep.
And then actually 26 to hit. And then a 10 to hit.
10 misses, so you hit the one on your brother's head.
Cool. And that deals 1d6 plus 1d8. And wow, that's really low damage, thankfully. That is going to be 5 damage, or 6 damage.
6 damage. Okay, great.
And that will be it.
All right, Eckers, you're up.
So I had stabbed out at the creature before we rolled initiative to just get at it. Did that do anything? Did I
Yeah,
stab
that will be your action now if you wish.
Oh, okay, because I just did that with one of my shitty little daggers. Obviously, like
Right.
for full action, I'd like to use. my
Yeah,
normal
you
stuff.
can revise that instinct
Okay.
if you wish. That was kind of like a
Right.
surprise round before initiative.
Yeah. Okay, great. So I am. I still have this dagger, but it was my dagger of venom.
Okay.
And so I had stabbed out at it to get it. So it's an 18 hit.
18 does hit.
Great. So do me a DC con save. It doesn't do a lot of damage on its own, but we'll just see if we can immobilize it to begin with.
15 con save.
Yes.
Yes, what?
Oh, you have to succeed on a 15 con save, or you are poisoned.
Okay, I rolled a 15, so I didn't.
Oh, okay.
I didn't make.
You didn't make. Okay, great. And so that's going to be this. Would have helped if I had the right dice out.
And Ivy, you're up next. We can think.
Okay, so that 14. Okay, that's 14 points of damage, and you are now poisoned.
Excellent. All right.
And then, so that was, so can I use my bonus action to pull out my sword and do my second attack for two-handed?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's fine.
great. So yeah, I'm pulling out I'm gonna pull out my rapier for a second attack. And now that I've stood up, yeah, that's not gonna hit. Yeah, an 8 does not hit, I'm assuming.
No, 8 does not hit.
Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, cool. So, and then I'm gonna, I already used my bonus action.
Okay, great. All right, Ivy, it's you. Next up is after that is Kalu. Be thinking.
Perfect. Okay. So technically, Kalu is blinded at this time, but he's not incapacitated, correct?
Correct. He's not incapacitated.
Okay,
He is simply blinded.
I'm just going to take a shot at the one that has him currently like gnawing on his head with my short bow.
Silly creature went for the barbarian.
A 18 on the die. Here, with +6, so 24 to hit.
24 definitely hits. Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. Since he's within 5 feet, do I get sneak attack damage?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, damn it. I forgot I'm playing a rogue, too.
Rogues. I've been wanting to use this.
I know. Just like,
So
nice.
So nice.
together. I
That's
had
going to be 5d6 total plus 3. So 23 points of damage on that hit.
Yeah.
And
You slice the top of it off, and it like slacks and like off of him.
That's great. And I'm going to take a bonus action. I'm going to take the hide action, and I would like to use my naturally stealthy ability
Yes.
To obscure myself with Doreen, I'm gonna hide behind him since he's a size larger than me.
Nice. Excellent.
That'll be it.
So you jump out of the darkness, blurred, hack, yoink, and you hide behind. Excellent. All right. Kalu, it's your turn. And fortunately, you can breathe again. You didn't really notice until it kind of like slurped off you that it was actually holding on so tight you couldn't get a good breath of air.
I kind of figured that one.
Yeah.
So what do I see?
Rome, you're next.
What do I see?
You see two stone worms like writhing away kind of slowly. One Eckers is like hacking at, just like, how dare you! And you see another evil umbrella just like jellyfishing right there, like blinking and looking at you.
Are there some that are close together?
The two worms are pretty close together.
All right, I'm going to. Why can't I? Do I have 2 attacks or is it just 1? I'm so confused right now.
Depends on what your level separation is.
Yeah, you're not 5th level in anything, so probably not.
No, I don't. That's right. All right, so I'm gonna go up to the one of the worms and then take an attack.
Okay, the one that's not hurt or the one that is hurt?
The one that is not hurt.
Great, go for it.
Dirty 20.
Hit.
I'm sorry, I don't have all my stuff ready.
Dirty.
Rome, you're next. Be thinking.
17 points of slashing.
Nice. It, like, you get it in there really good. You feel like you almost cut that thing's spine in half.
Nice.
It looks really rough. Anything else?
No, that's it for right now. I'm looking like I really want to be angry, but I'm trying to maintain my composure. I am keeping an eye on this one and the other one if it does try to get out of my range, because I have something for it.
All right, excellent. Norom, it's your turn, and then the bad guys go after that.
All right. So the one that our fun fighter friend is engaged with, I dove out of the way once it crashed down, so I assume I got to close the gap.
Yep.
All right. So Eckers, if you see Norom, he reaches down, looks like he's scooping something off the ground, and you see a shadow lift up off the ground. He covers himself in it, and he disappears, and reappears behind the thing. I'm using Shadow Step as my bonus action, and so I get advantage on my first strike against the worm thing. So I'm going to. That'll be a 23. Try for the 20. That's a natural 20.
Hey! Good, someone's rolling well.
All right, I'll take that one. So that's I guess use my cool new staff. So as part of the swing down, that little thing was going to extend out and take a whack. So he is 12 plus 5. So 17 points of damage on the first one.
On the first hit. Oh, good. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
The second roll is a 21 to hit, and that is 9 points of damage.
9 points of damage. Okay, so the first hit, like, pops it up a little bit higher. You kip off of one of the sides of a stalagmite and then hit it as hard as you can with a stick, and it goes flying against a wall. You hear a sickening, like, squishy crunch, and it just slurps down into the ground in the kind of a jelly puddle and does not move again.
Shiver. Ugh. That's it for me. Actually, you know, I'll close the distance to the other one with whatever, because I got 40 feet of movement.
Yeah, you do. So both of the Dark Mantles are dead. The Piercers are all that's left. And so there's one that Eckers is hacking at that's like trying to squirm away, but it's not moving very fast. So you can get right up on it.
No, you don't.
All right.
Get back here. All right.
That was my favorite vest.
All right, Doreen, you're up. These Dark Mantles are just like, they maybe have gotten like 10 feet away from you guys. They're almost to the wall, and one of them starts to like climb up the wall, like it's just suctioned to it.
Bow out.
Nice.
And finally, a natural 20.
Woo!
Which will add up to 30. I'm assuming that hits.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay. That'll be an 11 for the first shot.
I'm just throwing confetti. Sorry. Yeah.
Fair enough.
I was like, what's happening?
Do I need to take a second shot?
What was the damage?
11?
No, he's a pincushion. Like you pinned him there for later. He's just
Okay.
there. Do you have a second attack or no?
I do. Do we have a second target?
There is. There's another one on the ground, kind of at Ecker's feet.
Yep. And second target. Not as impressive, but a 22.
Yeah, that hits.
And 7 damage for that one.
And he's also pinned to your board. All right, great. All right, you pin both of those, and you kind of like look around, and there's no more movement in the room. Everyone kind of like settles, and it seems like there's no more threats. You're out of initiative.
Oh, and Eckers. So Doran killed the one I was stabbing, right?
Yeah.
She's gonna look at Doran and be like, "You stole my kill."
I'm gonna look at Doran. I'm gonna smack him with my hand. You didn't smell those things?
Hey, Kayla, you got a little something like all right here.
Not a word. Not a word.
He's making passive Constitution checks.
Seems we both
There's
might be
a
off our
movie
game
reference
today.
here, and I'm totally forgetting what it is.
All right.
After Ecker's retort earlier, Doran's just going to look at her and say, I'm sorry you feel that way. I hope you feel better. And suddenly you feel a warmth as healing word is going your way.
Aw.
Aww.
I guilted him into healing me. How many? What we got?
That is a dastardly roll. So that's going to be a whopping, where the hell is my spell? Why can't I find stuff? Here we are. A whopping 4 health.
I mean, I was only down 6, so that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right. You have the option of going forward or to the left.
Are we already at the where the water is collecting, or have we
That's
still not found the swords
There's
yet?
the water when these guys interrupted you. Yeah, so you're going forward. So yes, you guys are headed towards that, and you walk into a chamber that seems to have a again, all these chambers are about the same size. This one has a ceiling about 20 feet around. There is a waterfall just emerging from the rock face to your right, and coming down against the rocks and juts. It's quite beautiful, in fact, and a little river, maybe 10 feet across, covers up about half the floor here, is going. And then you can see in the far side of this room, there is, off to your left, there is kind of like another hole where the water's all kind of flowing down into this small crevice. And then just off to the side of that is another passageway going off to your left, the only exit out of this room other than the passage you just came through. And in this room, on the other side of the little river, there's several stalagmites on the ground, and some of them are rather large.
Do they look at all similar to the ones that the creatures came out of?
That's a great idea. Give me a perception check.
Well, that natural 20 was short-lived, so that's going to be a 12.
12. They don't. These look, if they are, these are much, much bigger. But you do notice that none of them have any copper pieces in them.
Stay cautious going in here.
Finn, we can't hear you.
DM, with the passive perception of 16 as well, would I notice that there are no copper piece totems?
Yes. Correct.
Okay.
I as well have a passive perception. Of six.
Yeah, you're both super cool.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you don't see it either.
Mine's
Wait.
13.
Okay, but like I wear mascara, okay? so I'm the real Edgewood.
I have some
okay.
now. I have some now.
Okay. Dark Knight.
You can go wash off in that waterfall there.
I'm sorry, I need to stay as cold as my soul. So.
Oh no, I meant Kaylee.
All right. So moving on.
The realm, Ivy. What do you guys want to do? No.
Now that the rest of us are all parading ourselves.
Do we have to get across the river to make it to the only other way out, or is it?
No, actually, the entrance to the next passage is on your side of the river, but just barely.
And you said no other way out along the other side.
Yeah. There only appears to be one left-hand exit out of this one.
Does it just appear to be like normal water?
Yeah, I mean, it looks wet.
I'd like to use shape water and just like pull some of the water out of the waterfall to me, just to clean my face.
Okay, so it the abyss style comes over and you kind of yeah, and you guys see him kind of do this really obvious ostentatious thing, and you didn't let it resume its course.
And the area that we're in right now, I assume it's still dark. There's no really any natural lighting coming in here.
No, there's not. There is a little bit of like scatter because of the water, but the closest light source is way back, like 3 rooms back.
Understood. Well, if
Speaking
you guys are
of which, how much time has passed?
It's been maybe 5 minutes.
Okay. We're still good then.
well, I might be able to help. I'll take out a lantern, kind of just like indicate. Cool. No objections. I'll use an action to light the lantern, and to give us light within out 30 feet from where it is.
Sounds good.
Just a thought question. The room that we were just in, it had another path leading out of it, or just this one?
The room where you were just before, there was another option there.
So I'm not really used to this sort of stuff, but when me and my brothers used to hike trails, there was little markers to show you were going the right way. Is it possible the copper stalagmites are signs that you are going along the right way? And for this room not to have one, maybe it's a sign.
You are listening. I like it.
That's a very good point. Good observation.
That is a good observation. I like that.
Double back and go the other way.
Dan's like, no.
I know what it is. It's fine.
So we double back then, I guess.
It wouldn't hurt to check.
It might.
Ivy, you feel something pass along your ankle.
Ooh, okay. Glancing down, am I able to see what it is?
Yeah, you can see that it looks like, at first you think it's a snake, and then you realize it's like a long, stony tendril that's trying to grab your foot, and you move out of the way just in time. Nelrom, Kalu, you feel a mighty grab on your feet, and are lifted up upside down in a moment as it coils around you, restraining both of you. And you can see now, as you look back, that they reach back to that largest stalagmite. And you can see on the ground lifting up 2 other tendrils that have been snaking their way towards Finn and Ivy, not making their purchase, as the teeth open up on the stalagmite.
Oh,
Not again.
Well, that's
Roll
not
for
good.
initiative.
Oi.
Would I be able to save on that, or no?
It's an attack, and I made the roll already.
Oh.
Ah!
Yeah, nat 20, IV.
yes.
Wow, yeah.
Okay. All right.
One more.
Oh, nat
Tinkers
1.
is at the end.
Oh,
What is it? It's
It's a
still
one.
rolling.
It's a 1. It's a 1.
Is it? Ah, come on.
I'm sorry, it was contagious. My apologies.
It's a
All right.
conspiracy.
Kaylee, what'd you have?
Conspiracy.
If I don't have advantage on initiative, I felt like I should have, but I can't remember. It's a 16.
16, great. Ivy, you had a nat 20, right?
Yeah, so it's 28.
So 28, no Rome?
It's 8.
8, excellent. Finn?
8.
Okay. I think no Rome has a higher dex. Eckers is at the end. And Doran, what do you have?
19.
19, oh, excellent. So you're just behind Kalu. Just real quick, I wanted to share this with everyone. My daughter just drew this.
Oh,
Hey.
oh my!
I'm coming
look at
for
that.
you.
It says, I'm coming for you.
Oh,
Ooh.
oh, and look at all those eyes too. Oh,
Yeah, it's pretty rad. Okay, so the order I have here is Ivy, Kalu, Doreen, Norom, Finn, Eckers, and the Roper. So Ivy, you're up first.
I'm gonna pull out my little short bow, and right now it has both Kalu and Nerome, correct?
Yeah, and they are grappled and restrained.
Ew, okay. I'm gonna take a shot at the one that has at the portion that has Nerome currently.
Okay, are you taking a shot at the tendril?
Yes, at the tendril.
Excellent. Okay.
Be a 19 to hit.
19 misses.
Oh shit. Sorry. nerd.
Appreciate it.
Which case I am going to. Can't do that yet. I will go ahead and just use my cunning action. To take because there's still a tendril that's nearby me, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, it's kind of like hovering near you.
Understood.
Snaking.
Oh, it's all to the same creature.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna take the disengage action for a minute.
Great. So you step away with the bonus.
Yeah, I'm gonna step away from him in like 15 feet.
Okay, great. So you're kind of back up, like almost to like in the entrance of the cavern that led you in here. Kalu, you're up. Doreen is after that. Be thinking.
I'm up with a 16.
Yeah. What did you have? What did you have, Doreen?
I had a 19.
Oh, then Doreen, you're first. Sorry, I apologize.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
Doreen's up.
So-
then Kalu.
Remind me, who's been grappled?
Norom and Kalu, Team Dwarf.
The Roman Kalu, Team Dwarf.
That's their faction.
So, indeed. Dorin is going to go ahead and try and get himself off to the side so that we can kind of split the group up just a little bit more. And he's going to take before he's going to take a shot, actually, he is actually going to take a big old bite out of his knuckle. And upon doing so, just a really, really hard bite, enough to draw blood. And the blood starts seeping down his arm, and as it does so, the air around him suddenly just has this chill to it. And his eyes begin to glow icy white, and the veins in his arms begin to also glow icy white as he activates a Crimson Rite of Frost. And the energy transfers from his arm into his bow, and he takes a shot at one of the tendrils holding Nerome.
Go for it.
And that'll be unfortunately, a very unsatisfying roll, 16 to hit.
It misses.
It was an epic build-up.
Indeed. But he gets another shot.
Yes, he does. Like the little frost, like trail, like a comet.
Yeah, pretty much. And the second shot is going to be slightly better. That's an 18.
That's also a miss.
Ugh. Okay.
This thing is mostly made of rock. It has a very good AC. It hits it, but it like ricochets off.
Okay. So with frustration, he's just gonna buckle down and get ready for the next one.
Excellent, Kalu. You are up. You are restrained, sir. So attack rolls. Right now you are at disadvantage because of that, and your speed is 0.
I mean, if I try to break free, that's that's my action, right?
Yes. Yeah, you can break free as an action from the grapple using your either a dex-based or a strength-based skill.
Got it. Now, just so I can understand the system of this, the roper is up on the ceiling, right?
On the ground on the other side of the
Oh,
stream.
he is on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is still like Mike.
Then I'm gonna break the grapple then.
Okay. Great. Give me athletics.
26.
Oh, absolutely. You flex and it and it loosens and you drop down and land on your feet, superhero pose style, and you see the thing writhing above you, trying to like find you again.
Can I move now that I'm free?
Yeah, you have a movement and a bonus left.
And how far is the body of the roper?
He is about 15 feet away from you, other side of the river.
Got it. Other side of the river.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. It's an action. You son of a bitch. I'm gonna stand at the water. Not crossing the water yet. I'm gonna stand at the water. How big is the river? Let me back up.
It's 10 feet across.
Got it. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna run and try to just leap the river. I mean, I'm a pretty big guy,
right.
so my thing is pretty.
Yep. Make an athletics check. And the Rome, you're up next. Be thinking.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You make it not a problem.
Okay.
Land on dry ground on the other side, and you are basically in melee range with this thing.
Sweet.
Right.
Cool. All right. End my turn.
All right. The Rome, you're up. Finn is after you. Be thinking.
I am going to attempt to strike the vine that's holding me to get it to let me go.
Excellent. Your attacks are with disadvantage because you are restrained.
Oh, those are pretty good. So that 13 becomes a 21.
That hits.
So I will also use Stunning Strike as part of the attack. He needs to make a con save 15 or be stunned until the end of my next turn.
Okay. All right. He fails. Roll your damage.
All right. That was an unarmed strike, so that's 1d6. That is 7 points of magical punchy damage.
7 points of magical punchy damage.
Oh, yeah.
That needs to be a technical term.
Because he is stunned, am I released?
Yes, you are absolutely released because he is stunned.
Right.
You see it kind of like kink up and like kind of freeze as it loosens and drops you.
Then I will hurdle the river and try to, flying punch this other guy. Well, the
Nice.
source of the tendrils.
Give me unless you have some kind of monkey thing I need to know about. Not monkey like the simian, but like monkey style thing that I need to know about. Make me an athletics check just to jump across that river. Oh, you
21.
have short leg. Excellent, no problem. You land next to Kalu.
All right, and then I'm gonna kind of like jump dwarven punch right into this thing for my second
Nice.
attack. Oh, not as good. Does a 14 hit?
No, not at all.
All right.
You scrape your knuckles across its skin, and it feels like you just punched granite. And you got like bloodied on your knuckles, and you're like, "Dang
Does it look stunned though?
it!" No, the tender looks done, but he doesn't. All right,
That's it for
Finn,
me.
you're up. Eckers, you're after him.
Okay, so it's just the one that's straight ahead across the river.
Yep, and the four tendrils that are kind of like, seeking whom they can devour, and one of the tendrils is stunned.
So freaking weird. Okay.
Isn't it though?
I'm gonna attack the thing the tendrils are attached to. So,
Yes. The stalagmite. Yep.
Actually, and the fight that we just had was just like a few minutes ago. So I'm gonna put my hunter's mark from that fight onto this one because it lasts for 1 hour.
Sure.
And so the first attack is going to be against that doesn't hit. And then the next one, maybe 20 dirty.
That hits.
Okay, sounds good. My damage is sad again. That's gonna be just
Your
7
damage.
damage.
7 damage. I can.
7 damage.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and that'll be my turn. Thank you.
Paper and plastic. All right, cool. All right, Eckers, you're up, and then
Does
the roper.
DM, does Dusk go after Finn?
Oh, yeah. So the way we've done Dusk in the past, have you used a bonus action?
It's I'm always really confused about the beast muster wording. And
I think
yeah.
the way we put it is simply this: that he can move on his own, the same initiative as you, right after you, to take the dodge action. But if you want to spend a bonus action to direct him, he can then also attack with his action.
Cool.
That may
Gotcha.
not be canon, but it is right now.
No, that's fine. And I use my bonus action for that hunter's mark. So
Great, excellent. Eckers, let's do this.
Great. How far away am I from the
You're
tendril and from the stalagmite?
From the stalagmite, you're about 15 feet. From a tendril, you could easily get it without really having to move, like less than 5 feet.
Great. Since it's right there, I am going to attack the tendril.
Mhm.
I'm going to take, for my first, I'm going to take a swipe at it with my rapier. That is definitely not going to hit.
Nope.
Yep, that's not going to hit either. I even switched dice. I'm not even going to bother adding. It was like I rolled a 6 and then a 3. So yeah, she's just
excellent.
like, because she rolled the nat 1 for initiative, and she's just still pissed about getting hit by the thing back there. She's like, how did I not see that coming? I'm so ashamed right now.
Yeah, one flies wide and the other one ricochets off of it harmlessly.
But yeah, and I'm
Go
going
ahead.
to use my bonus action to disengage from it though. Yeah.
All right, great. And then the 4 tendrils, 3 tendrils, because one's still stunned. One's going to go after Eckers, one's going to go after Doreen, and the other will go after Finn. Because Ivy, you're hiding, yes?
Oh, I moved back 15 feet to the beginning of the cavern.
Okay.
Mechanics question,
Yeah.
DM.
And I moved away from wherever it
Um,
was.
If I'm within melee of this creature and he's about to attack one of my friends, do I get to use my sentinel attack?
Tell me what Sentinel does.
I just had it up. Sentinel. It's a reaction, so I can use my reaction to. Hang on, sorry, my camera's blocking it. When a creature within 5 feet of you makes an attack against a target other than you, you can use your reaction to make a melee weapon attack.
Great. Go ahead and do that. You absolutely can. All right.
Dirty 20.
Eckers, dirty 20 that hits. Roll damage. Eckers, does a dirty 20 hit you?
Yeah. Well, how far away? Because I dashed away from it.
These tendrils, if you're still in this room, there's no place in this room it can't reach out and touch you.
Great. Yeah. Dirty 20 is definitely going to hit me.
You are grappled and restrained. Finn, he rolled like a 11. I think that doesn't do it. And Doreen, does a 14 hit you?
14 does not hit.
Miss. All right. Kaelu, how much damage?
15 slashing.
15 slashing.
I
Excellent.
have a question.
Yes.
So the parry action allows me to use my reaction to reduce damage. Would that be able to be used as well for being grappled or no?
No, that reduces the damage after you've been hit.
Yeah.
The thing you're thinking about would be almost like a shield reaction, like the spell shield.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the roper has you, Eckers, and you feel a tugging sensation as it quickly pulls you straight towards its open mouth. And it's,
guys, help!
and
Anyone?
it's going to make a bite attack with advantage because you're restrained. Does a 16 hit?
It does not.
Ooh, man. Okay. And you're able to like kind of plant your feet and keep it away from the mouth, the giant mouth that's like just trying to Jabba the Hutt you. And it's back to the top. Ivy, it's you.
Okay. Even having gone back about 15 feet, how far away am I from the roper? Like the body that's trying to, or rather
about 20 feet. You're on the other side of this circular room, kind of in the doorway.
Okay, awesome. So range isn't an issue. I will go ahead and take an attack at the, I guess it's the main body that's currently trying to consume Eckers.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Okay, 18 on the die, so shoot. Yeah, plus 6, 24.
It hits, yeah.
Okay, so it's going to be, and she's within 5 feet, so roll for sneak attack damage as well.
Yes.
Awesome.
There's 2 people within 5 feet. Yeah.
Ah. Let's go again. Roll it. Plus 3 to this, so 24 points of damage.
Nice. So
Wow.
24 total?
Yes, 24 total points
Great.
of damage to it. And I am going to take a cunning action. Were there any other like rock formations that it's not currently, attached to that I could try to position myself behind?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple larger ones that you could probably do that with, yeah.
Okay, I would like to do that. That was my bonus action. And that'll
Great.
be it for me.
Awesome. Okay, Dorin, you're up.
So Eckers is currently grappled by one of the tendrils, right?
Yeah, and it like reeled her in, and her feet are like pushed against the chin of this thing right below the mouth, and she's basically standing perpendicular to this thing as it's like and she's like, guys, as it's still like tipping her up a little bit to eat her.
All right, having seen that everyone else has been released by the tendrils, he's going to adjust his aim and try to shoot the tendril that's holding Eckers right now, hoping to get it to release her.
Oh, nice. Good.
So that'll be a 28 to hit.
That's a hit.
Sweet. That's going to be 7 piercing damage plus 2 frost damage.
Okay, so 9. Great.
Yep. And he's gonna. Does it release her?
It does. It absolutely does. In fact, it shoots right through it and it splits and falls to the ground. And so does she. So, Eckers, the good news is you're not restrained. The bad news is you're prone. And you see that stub kind of close, like wiggling like this.
And for this second shot, there's no one else that's grappled right now, right?
Correct.
He's gonna take a shot at the main creature then, which will be a 29 to hit.
Yes, absolutely. Dang, son, where are you these rolls?
Yeah, right. I'm finally actually
I know.
rolling well.
This is amazing.
Give it time.
So 7 piercing plus 6 frost.
So 13.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, good job. This thing's
yeah.
definitely bloody, by the way.
So yeah, that first shot just to the tendril, stream of frost damage coming from behind it. Second one just right to its face.
Yeah, and it's like right here, like above the mouth, by the eyes, like sticking out, and you can see like this like dark goo kind of bleeding from it. You're up, Kalu, with Narom behind you.
Last thing, can I use my movement? Can I use my movement to move myself closer?
Absolutely. You won't be able to get any closer without crossing the river.
How far am I from it across the river?
The river is about 10 feet across, so that means you're 15 feet away from it.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so you're good where you are?
Yep, I'll stay there.
Great. All right, sorry about that. Kalu, you're up.
I'm just gonna take a swing at it with my axe.
Go for it.
21 to hit.
That hits.
Ooh, got a 12. 19 points of slashing.
19 points of slashing. Good lord. If this thing's looking bad, like it's a gaping hole, and your obsidian axe just slices into this thing.
Oh man.
Pops out like a big old chunk of it, and kind of like some of like the jar here is gone. You can just see the teeth kind of on the gums exposed, like Two-Face. And this thing's looking.
Who all is in my vicinity who can see me?
Naroma's right next to you, and Eckers did, and Eckers was right there. She's on the
Got it.
ground, kind of
So,
right next to you
Yeah,
guys.
Eckers and Nerome, you would see Kalu as he slams his axe. Obviously, his one hand because I have a shield. He slams his axe on this roper, and you see like the veins in his neck start to like pulsate and get red. He kind of like closes his eyes for a second and breathes, and you watch as he kind of finds his zen again. But that ends my turn.
Excellent. No wrong.
All right. I'm going to take my 2 attacks at it, so I'll just roll both of them here. Oh, one of them ain't doing it. The other one ain't doing it either.
No, it's not.
That is
You
a
have keep-
13. Sure. Let's bonus action, flurry of blows, and try this again.
Flurry of bros.
Oh,
So one is a 17, and the other one is lower.
It's not going to do it.
All right. My fists
those
hurt
looked like they
from
were going to be
punching.
higher too.
Why are
Yeah.
you punching rocks?
Look at the tease.
Yeah, and like you're taken back to your training of like just literally punching like stone walls to like harden your fist, and you're just like, I can do this all day. Finn, you're up. And Eckers is
Bonus action, I'm going to send Dusk forward to attack.
okay. Go ahead and make that attack forward.
Sure.
I assume you have the stats.
Yes, of course I do. I have them all ready and up and no extra stuff needed. There we go. That will be a 22 to hit.
Yes, hit.
And that will be... Wow, he rolled way better than I have. That's going to be... Gosh, dang it, Josh. Come on, math. 10 damage.
Dusk, the choice is yours.
Like,
Power.
he full on just... and leaps over the entire party and just tackles the roper, rolling with it and just tearing at the different pieces of it.
Yeah, and like he's just eviscerated this thing, like just
Don't eat it.
like,
Don't eat it.
Yeah, and it topples over. Like you're surprised, like you thought it was attached to the ground, but there's actually like kind of a worm-like body on the bottom, and it falls over and it's writhing, and it like gets slower and slower and slumps and stops moving. And Dusk like sits up all the way with like that brown ichor coming from her jaws and looks at you with the "What am I a good boy?" Look.
Good job.
You're the best girl.
Solo, I think this would be a great time for us to take a break.
Yes.
And then come back and do the second half of this adventure.
Yeah, that's a perfect time. So go ahead. We're going to do our mid-show giveaway, ! Raffle to enter in this giveaway, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. See you guys soon.
Yeah.
See you guys.
Hey, welcome back to Fable 42. We're playing Fables of Ukudor. I hope you enjoyed your break. I hope you were able to empty yourself and fill yourself respectfully. We are back in the Pancration, the final challenge of our champions. So far, they have found some weird things stuck into stalagmites and stalactites, like copper pieces that have been bent over. They found some weird fungus. They killed some piercers and dark mantles, and just downed, with the help of the best girl ever, Dusk, a roper, which is not an easy task. The creature has been killed and fell, and this is where the game resumes here. So you have back the way you came, and you have the way off to your left as well. Yes,
Question to DM. I would like to pull out an arrow and I would like to shoot it into the waterfall to see if there's anything behind it.
Oh, excellent. You shoot it into the waterfall and it ricochets off the back where the rocks are, and you kind of clatters out.
Cool.
It's like me in every RPG game.
Yeah, check behind the waterfall. Behind the waterfall.
Yes, there's something in there.
Always.
Are these creatures native to here?
I don't know. Let's keep moving.
DM, would I be familiar with these types of cave-dwelling creatures, seeing as I grew up under a mountain?
Yeah, these are those kinds of things that, normal adventurers, when they go from town to town, they're looking for, wolves and goblins and that kind of thing. This is like the stuff that the wars are told about going into the untamed wilds and caverns and things, and so being careful about that. Eddie, what did you say? I missed it.
You froze like right in the middle of your explanation.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
but you can't.
Did anybody hear it?
Yeah, we got it.
We got it.
Okay.
We got it.
It caught up.
Okay, I talked really fast.
Yes,
But the takeaway is that this is unusual.
Yeah, it's these things are native to underground things, and it's just one of the dangers of being underground.
It's when you grow up under a mountain, you run into these things infrequently, but enough that you know they belong here as much as dwarves belong underground. Doesn't make them any less sturdy as I'm rubbing my hurt fists.
Mm-hmm.
But not likely the threat that we're after.
No, this seems to be what the game master warned us about down here.
If needs be, I can go back to the other path to see if there's any coins in any of the stalagmites over there. Okay, sounds good.
It's worth a gander.
Sure.
I see no reason to split up. We can all go.
Yes.
Okay, so you guys head back to the room you were in before, and someone had noticed them in there before. Was it Doreen? Was it you?
In which one?
The room you were in before. You guys are backtracking now. Did you notice?
Yes.
Was it you who noticed the coins?
Yes.
And kind of Doreen points them out. Finn and Kalu, you probably had noticed them as well. But as he does, you actually hear some movement behind one of the stalagmites on the ground. That's because now you guys are all at high alert because things keep attacking you in the dark. And as you're looking, Mara pokes her head around a stalagmite. She's like, "Are you guys okay?"
Are you good?
Yeah, we're good. And breath comes out from the other side. Yeah, we're fine. Have you guys?
Thanks for the help. Thanks. Appreciate it.
we heard something happening, and then the wolf was howling, and it seemed like you guys were good.
We're good.
Eckers just glares at them.
Okay.
She's stroking her dagger on the side.
They say, Ivy, this is a loop. We went the other way, and it just leads back here. Did you guys have another option your way?
I think there was a
Potentially.
little entrance on the other side of that river, right?
Okay, because we just walked these 4 caverns in a row, and we're back to these. We passed the mushrooms twice, so I think this is a loop. If there's nothing back this way.
Got it. Well, I mean, it was worth looking into, but we saved us some time.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to go back and check out that other passageway we were overlooking?
Back to the room with the river, then.
And Brett
Seems like our
says,
option.
"Is anybody hurt? We actually found some healing."
It's
potions.
just a flesh wound,
Well, I mean.
but sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
Here you
except Kalu might need it more than I do. I'm not sure. I didn't take any. You didn't tell me I took any damage when I was grappled, right?
Correct. You took
Great.
damage from the piercer.
Yeah,
when it
yeah,
hit you in the
no,
shoulder.
Because I was like, so I mean, I'm not super hurt, but you know, if they're offering, I'll take it.
I'm fine.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Okay,
Didn't
yeah.
you, like, hit in the head, and then you got grappled, and I think it hit you again.
It's just a scratch. I'm more upset that it ripped my vest.
Oh, not you. You're very strong, Eckers. I was talking about Kalu.
Oh, Kalu. Okay. Sorry.
I mean, unless I forgot to take damage, but I thought I've been keeping track. So.
No, yeah. The way the roper works is those tendrils. They just grab you and then they reel you in to be bitten.
Yeah. So I've only lost 2
so-
hit points. I'm only down 2 hit points, so I'm fine.
I'm down 9. Yeah.
Okay.
Sidebar, upon seeing Breath and Mara show up, the white glow that was originally on Doran instantly went away.
Great. Okay.
When the lady halfling has been speaking, do I believe her that this is just a loop?
Yeah. Good. Give me insight.
That'll go well.
I have a passive insight of 17. Do I believe?
Well, that's not great. I think that's like a 13.
13. Yeah. It seems like she's telling the truth. And Norom, you notice that they're talking to Ivy, like they're acknowledging everyone else, but when they are saying, "Hey, this is happening and this is happening," they're speaking to Ivy. Then they offer it to Eckers, So you're like, okay, that either means that they're telling the truth because it's Ivy, or that means that they aren't telling the truth because it's Ivy. You kind of have lost track of where the relationship is at this point.
Yeah. Last time they were hugging, so they're good terms right now.
Yeah. It's
Got it.
Dagger come out.
Exactly. And Eckers, he handed you a basic healing potion if you need to take that.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll just drink it. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Makes up for you. And she's mumbling. She's like, makes up for you not bothering to help out during the fight.
And while they're all distracted having their conversation, Doran's going to turn away and gently rub an amulet around his neck. And upon doing so, the gash that was on his hand from when he took a bite out of it earlier heals.
Excellent. Nice. All right. So where you guys want to head? You could go back toward the river entrance, or you could go back to the main chamber and try the way the elves went. You do have some options here.
I think the river, probably, just because it's closest.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So you guys head back into the river area, and Breath sees the giant corpse of the roper, and he's just like, "Oh, gross."
Yeah.
We may have run into some trouble here.
Okay.
Yeah, and how did it not attack you when you were going through?
We didn't go this far. We went left after we came in.
Okay. He chose poorly.
Looks like he did. Did you do this, Eckers?
To who? To which one?
The giant stalagmite pointy bite?
I distracted it.
Oh, good. It's like sounds
Expertly.
like a whole lot.
I mean, while it had me grappled, it wasn't paying attention to this lot. So, yeah, sure. I'll take credit for it.
So, help comes in many forms. Cool, thanks.
I believe we mostly have our caretaker to thank for this one, and he turns towards Dusk.
Oh yeah, I have questions about the dog, Finn. So, how old is she?
She's roughly 18.
18. Oh, wow, that's old. I mean, is that old? Is that old for a...
I mean, for a dire wolf, not really.
Oh, a direwolf. Okay.
They can live for a while.
She's pretty big.
Like 5,000 years. Canon.
5,000 years.
Canon.
I feel like there's something wrong about that, but I don't have enough knowledge to refute it. So,
He's lying.
thank you, Kalu. Question: can you
Yes.
ride her? Is that a thing? Like, can she be like a mount, or maybe for a smaller person?
I mean, I've been riding
you.
her practically this whole time.
Oh, really? I never noticed that. I'm really excited. Okay, that was it for my questions. Thank you.
If you want to try and ride her, I can ask.
Well, I don't know if you insist.
Kalu's over there just like.
Nope, she doesn't want anyone else to ride her.
I love that you actually asked.
No, that's fair.
Nat one.
Appreciate you asking, though. Thank you.
As you guys enter into the next room, this one is pretty nondescript as opposed to the last room that you were in. This one is pretty clean. It has more of a kind of a conical shape to it, about the same size, and there's just another exit on the other side of the room. Sandy floor, no stalactites, stalagmites. It's mushrooms. It seems to just be kind of a fissure, a place where the ground had kind of opened up a bit and to create this small chamber, and that's about it in this room. And if you continue on to the next room, there you can find another kind of like fissure, because it almost like it goes open and opens again. It's part of that same structure. In here, there's an opening to your left. And down that corridor, you can see that there's like mist on the ground. Comes up about shin height, like to Eckers or Dorin, and there is some kind of box or crate or something just at the entrance of next to the entrance of that hallway, where the fog or mist is kind of like spilling into the room.
And the ground is completely obscured.
Not in the room, but in the hallway leading out of the room, yes.
DM question. Sorry.
Yeah.
My amazing memory. The vision, or like our past when our mother was killed.
Yes.
Was there fog and mist rolling on the ground?
No.
Okay. Cool.
That was not a prominent feature of that moment in your life.
Okay.
Great
Don't
question.
remember.
Great question.
Upon entering the room, Doran's gonna just quietly try to hone in his senses and try and see if he either hears or smells anything unusual.
Okay. Give me a perception.
That is going to be a 23.
23, excellent. You're able finally to get a sense of that pervasive smell that's been kind of bugging you this whole time.
Mhm.
That smells like wet earth or something. You're actually getting a strong trail of it now down this kind of misty hallway, and you don't know if it's because there's like a temperature drop or something, which would cause like the fog and perhaps kind of lower some of the other ambient odors in this area. That maybe that's why you're finally trying to get a good kind of beat on it, but you definitely are getting a good beat on it now.
Okay. Well, whatever we're looking for, it's likely down this hallway.
What would you like to do?
Was someone else going to say something?
I suppose we go this way.
You said there was
Okay.
a box by the entrance?
Yeah, there sure was. Like a crate.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I definitely want to check that out.
Yeah, definitely want to check that out.
Okay, who's going to open it, Eckers or Dorian?
I mean, I would be if it seems like it's difficult to hard. I am skilled in the art of opening things that don't want to be opened. But if we're worried about something magical attacking us,
As you get closer to it, you see that there is a latch, but there's no lock on it. Like there's a
There's
place
no
where
lock on
a padlock could be put, but there's not one on this one.
okay. Anyone able to tell if there might be something not so nice that might pop out of this?
Well, here's one thing. I'll throw a dagger at it.
It sticks into the box.
Good thinking. She'll take the dagger and be like, "You want this back?" Thank you. And she'll open the box.
She's like, I'm level 7, fool. I know better than that. You open the box, and inside, packed in some hay, there actually is a potion bottle, and it has the symbol of the games on it. That chevron with 5 rays. And you see it, and you have that same reaction that you just had with your face, like, what? And you remember me saying that some boons that were provided were placed in here a few days ago as part of the games that now doesn't seem quite as fun. And so this might be one of those things he was talking about.
And since, obviously the rest of the group doesn't know about Ivy and ours previous ventures, she's gonna be like, Ivy, you're they're familiar with potion making and stuff. Do you have any take a gander as to what this might be?
Yeah, I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, Ivy, it's like a milky white. It's almost like, you ever seen like skim milk that's more skim than milk? It's kind of like that, and you recognize it. This is something that hunters would drink in your tribe before one of the longer raiding parties, hunting parties, and it basically acts as a potion of heroism. So if someone were to drink this, they would get 10 temporary hit points for the next hour.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Great. And she's
I'll, of course, provide that information to her.
It's cocaine. Yeah.
Wonderful.
You're good.
She'd take it anyway. She'd be like, great, that's for the after party.
Yeah. I'm joking.
She'll take the potion and, boop. So you said it was a potion of heroism?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Heroism, not heroinism.
Heroism? What?
Yeah, heroism. Nothing. Just move along.
Heroinism. Thank you very much.
All right. All right, cool. Are you guys heading down the foggy hallway? I think Doreen had mentioned he was going to do that.
Yes.
And I agreed to go.
Prior to doing so, Doran grabs his amulet, and it lets off a subtle little glow, and he casts Detect Poison and Disease.
Just in the general area, or is it on a specific item?
It is on him. It is on himself. So for the duration of the spell, for 10 minutes, he can sense the presence and locations of poisons, poisonous creatures, and diseases within 30 feet of himself, and I can identify it.
Excellent. Very, very good. At this point, that your super night vision spell is super gone.
Super gone, indeed.
Yeah, but Ivy, you said that you lit a lantern before, so that's kind of the only light source for those who need that. Your Mara, she also has one. So this next chamber is interesting. It gives you an option to go forward or to go right, but the entire ground is covered in this fog, in this mist, and you can't see the ground at all. You can feel and hear the sand crunch beneath your feet, but you can't see what you're standing on. You just have to assume that it's sand. But you do have an option here of going straight or going right. There are a few smaller stalactites up on the ceiling, but nothing on the ground in this location.
And Eckers is just like looking up at the ceiling, and she's like,
Which
I would,
Yep.
It's a
Sorry.
little bit cooler in this chamber, yeah.
I would like to take my new toy out, push the button, bring it out to about 8 to 10 feet, and kind of like tap, tap, tap.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
As we're walking forward, I'm just kind of probing the ground, making sure we're not gonna like
Okay. So you're
hit something squishy that bites us or fall into something.
Yeah, exactly. And so like you're doing some hits, and you hear the sand, and you're doing some pokes, and you kind of feel it go into that sand consistency. And then one of the hits, kind of near as you're kind of making the arc around the room, near the end, you hit something that sounds like metallic, because your staff is metal as well, but you hear like a ting. And something off to the right, like you're going off to almost to the right hand passageway. It hit something metal in the ground, but other than that, everything was fine.
Can I smack that spot harder?
Yeah, you hit it again, and you hear that tink, and then like a second later, a soft little like something fell.
Curious. You hear that?
Did you hear that?
I hit something, and then
Did it hit
it
back?
sounded like it did not. I think it dropped something.
So what are you
Looking around, is there anything that in the immediate area that fell, or can I get a general direction of where something sounds like it might have fell?
Oh, right over where you hit. Like maybe you hit it so hard that it like kind of like popped up in the air for a second, maybe.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a claim.
there's something here. I mean, I'm gonna try and like shovel it, flick it up.
I'm gonna take about 5 foot step back.
Yeah,
smart.
yeah.
You get the sense that whatever it is kind of smallish, made of metal, like some kind of like large size coin maybe, or something. And you keep seeing like little like shadow in the fog, but you can't get it like because you can't see it. You're doing this kind of blind, but you can't get whatever you're hitting with the metal to pop up high enough that 2 feet or whatever. But you get this sense that whatever you're hitting, it's mobile, it's relatively lightweight, and it's about like it was a really large coin or something.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I'm gonna reach down and I'm gonna pick it up.
Okay. Kalo's just like, He walks over and just picks it up after like feeling around for a second, and I'm assuming no Realm backs up 5 feet, and and your hand finds purchase, and you're like kind of grab it, and a little handful of sand, you let the sand drain out, and it's a medallion indicating a person's a champion, but you're not familiar with the design.
Oh,
it's not like the ones you guys had.
It's like from
previous competitors.
Yeah.
Do you show it to Norome?
Sure.
Or who you want to show it to?
Hey guys.
Yeah, I'll show it to everybody.
Okay. Caleb's like I do not care anymore. Norome, I think that you have been to one of these games before, right? I think of all the people here, you've been the only
I'm a little
one.
older, I think, than most of the people here.
Yeah, just by virtue of your race, I think. And you look at it and you're like, oh, well, this is one of the champion medals, but it's from a previous game. But it's not last year's, and it's not this year's. But there's no, like, they don't mark it with a date, right? So every year, like the Olympics in our world, the Olympic logo is constant, the rings, but then there's always another one that indicates the city. And so this one looks like it's a previous year's champion medal, but it's not this year or last time. So it's at least 14 years old if it's not this time or last time.
So I don't recall exactly, but that's definitely from a game some time ago. It seems like one of the competitors probably didn't fare too well.
Curious.
But this is the winning one. This is the champion.
Yeah, it's if the convention is held, it's not that dark bronze. It's been gilded in some way, and so this is a champion.
Oh.
So no, I don't believe that. I believe that whoever won came back in here, right? Or this
Our
sand.
elvish friend would own some of those, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
But whatever this thing is, it is trying to get these emblems. Either this creature is the winner and he wants to get everybody's coin, or this creature got this coin from the winner of the other one.
So Findel was the winner last year, the elf male champion. No wrong, you're right.
Well, unless those two paths in the beginning reunite fairly quickly, I don't think it would have been him that's come through here already.
As you guys are looking at this, you hear shouting coming from the right-hand path. Pretty close, maybe the next chamber over or the next. And it's cries of distress and battle, it sounds like.
We continue forward.
Yep.
This is a competition after all.
Okay, so you're going forward or you're going to the right? These are your or back.
Going towards the yelling, I guess.
Okay. Ivy, what?
I'll just ask
have
you.
Well, Ben is, I think.
Dorin instantly goes in the direction of the yelling without waiting for anyone.
Eckers is also like, ooh, this sounds fun.
Okay, for those who go forward, you're still kind of wading through this mist, and Eckers, Doreen, and then I'm guessing maybe Ivy is next, followed by Breath and Mara and the rest of the crew who choose to come into one of these rooms that looks very similar to the other ones you've been in, but in this room, it also has that fog. It's thinning a little bit now, but it's still about 2 feet high. You can see that there is a body slumped on the floor, which doesn't appear to be breathing. You see Ariel, who is grabbing her own neck, trying to pry the giant sandy hand of the monster who's been after you guys, who is now standing at its full 10-foot height, choking the life out of Ariel.
Question, DM. The mist is made out of water, correct? So would shape water, would I be able to like
mist, not water.
But there's water particles in it, so could I use shape water and move the mist?
Absolutely, I love that.
Okay.
Someone give this man inspiration. That's amazing.
So I'm gonna do that and then put my hand on what's the dickhead's name?
Fen.
Fendel.
Your brother?
No,
no.
Fendel.
All right. Ariel is being choked like she's made Darth Vader mad, and then there's a body on the floor, which you presume to be Findel.
Got it. You know what? I'm gonna change what I'm gonna do. I'm like right there. I was gonna heal him, but fuck it. I'm charging, and you all. Can I do two things, or can I do one thing before you tell us to do stuff?
I'm gonna say, clearing the mist was like a bonus action.
Okay.
So go ahead and do something else. There's not an initiative yet. I want to see what happens first.
Well, yeah. So I mean, if I'm doing that, then I'm just gonna do cure wounds on the dude on the ground.
Your spell has no effect.
Oh, never mind.
He appears to be.
But I still used the spell slot, don't I?
Yes, sir.
That sucks. All right.
Sorry.
No, good.
If I may.
Yes.
I would. Seeing the monster that I'm all too familiar with getting punched in the face by, I'm gonna. How far away would you say they were at the moment when we come into the cavern?
Not too far away. You could reach out and touch them pretty easily.
All right, then I'm gonna instantly reach down and yank my own shadow off the floor, cover myself, and teleport behind the monster and make some strikes.
Nice.
DM, would I be able to? Oh no, you already said that was a bonus, so never mind. I was gonna rage, but I guess I can't.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Let's
mind.
do this. Before you make an attack, Norom, anyone else want to do anything?
I was hoping to take a shot at the sand monster.
Same.
Okay, great. Then let's do this. I will give Norom advantage on initiative. Everyone else roll initiative as normal.
Oh shoot! Dang, I
Hey.
gotta roll on here.
For once, I didn't roll poorly.
Mother fudger.
Small victories.
When you roll, I can see what you have your name as. Okay, 20 or above.
24.
24 and 27, 22. Great, awesome. All right, 15 or higher.
18.
18. 10 or higher.
13.
13. Finn, what'd you get?
7.
7.
Ooh.
And ooh. Okay. No, Rome, what'd you get again?
18.
18. Okay, great. All right. Excellent. Okay. Ivy, you actually get to go first.
Awesome. So I'll do it. So I just take a shot with my short bow at the sand monster.
Yeah, and you can see that this thing has a couple arrows like sticking out of it like a pin cushion. Like they were fighting this thing.
Ooh, got it. Oh, I'll start trying to help. Ooh. 22 gonna hit.
22 does hit, yes.
Awesome. And sneak attack damage since she's within 5 feet
Yeah,
of him.
he's preoccupied, I'd say. Go ahead.
So this plus 3. So 22 points of damage.
22 points of damage. Excellent.
And I am going to actually, yeah, I will go ahead and bonus action use my cunning action to are either of the Goliaths near me right now?
Yeah, I would say Kalu's probably fairly close.
I'm gonna stand behind Kaylee and use the hide action.
You know, it's weird. I so rarely see halflings do that, and they should do it like all the time.
Yeah,
they should. They should.
I love it.
Absolutely. She's also, I'm not gonna die in this campaign. All right, Eckers, you're up.
Wow.
Okay, Eckers, your turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a swipe. So how far away am I?
You're about 15 feet away. You can
Okay,
get there
and
very easily.
yeah. And is the one? Is anyone still grappled?
Yeah, Ariel.
Okay.
The
Yeah,
female.
I'm gonna go and attack that creature.
All right.
19 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
Lovely. And I'm also going to use sneak attack on this.
Great. And if you can do a certain amount of damage, I'll have it release her.
Okay, great. So that is going to be 13 points of damage.
Okay.
Is she released or no?
No, it's still
Okay.
holding strong.
Great. Then I'm going to take a second and swipe at it.
Mhm.
19 to hit.
That hits.
And that's just my 1d8. So that's going to be 6, 7, 8, 9 points of damage.
Excellent. So that second one chops the hand in half, and this side just turns to dust and drops Ariel, and then the hand reforms back.
Okay, great. Well, I'm going to use my bonus action to dash away from it. And I also have fancy footwork, so the creature is not able to make opportunity attacks against me.
Nice. Gotta love that swashbuckler. His buckle is swashed. Doreen, your turn.
So the creature is no longer grappling anyone, right?
Correct. And Ariel's on the ground, like coughing and like spitting up, like, you know, like sand puffs out of her lungs.
Okay, so this is... Oh, okay. I'm gonna roll a d20 real quick. Are Breath of Mara still with us?
Yeah, they're kind of in the back because they know it's great to be hiding behind the big folk.
Okay. Yep. He's still gonna do this anyway. He doesn't care. So he is going to, with the arrow of his bow, make a slash on his wrist, and upon doing so, a force suddenly will grab the sand creature. It needs to make a strength saving throw.
Okay.
He's using Blood Curse of the Binding.
Blood curse of the binding.
Ooh.
Modified 20.
That succeeds. So unfortunately, that doesn't do anything. So worth a shot.
You keep doing
And-
all these awesome things. It's like,
I know. I do this build up and then nothing happens, but c'est la vie. So that failing, he
Don't do
just
it,
takes
Zilla.
the same arrow and just takes a shot at it. Which will be a 19 to hit.
19 to hit hits.
All right, so that will be 9 points of piercing.
9 points of piercing. 7
And-
sounds including.
You'll draw out a second arrow, take another shot. 26 to hit.
Yes. The Rome, you're next.
6,
Be thinking.
6 points of piercing.
6 points of piercing. Great.
And
All
he's
right,
going to
this
move
thing
up
is
to
looking
advance
rough.
closer.
Yeah, this thing's looking rough. Like its feet don't look distinct from the ground anymore as it kind of like moves. It's kind of like almost waiting with no defined calves or feet. It looks like it's starting to have a hard time holding itself together.
Mm-hmm.
Norome, I think it's your turn.
Yes, I will make 2 swift punches against this thing. So one is a 25 to hit, the other one is not.
Great, one's a hit.
Alright. And that's 1d6 plus 4. Oh, nice. 6.
So total
10.
10. Oh, great. So like
And,
just you're punching this thing and just big sprays of sand are coming off of its side and its legs. It's trying to quickly reform, but it's not going fast enough.
And as a bonus action, I will take the patient defense.
Ah, so that gives you what, dodge basically?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, now it's his turn. And he is going to hit you with his big meaty sandy fist, Norom, because he remembers you. He's just like, oh yeah.
How far is Nerome and the sand guy from me?
You're maybe 10 feet away because you had used your action to try to heal Findel, so you're not too far away, but you're not in 5 feet. But who is in 5 feet? I think Norom, Dorin, and Eckers. You guys are all close up.
I dashed.
Yeah, I
that's
advanced
right.
forward.
Away.
Yeah, I
Okay, so
dashed.
Norom and Doran are the ones who are closest. Okay. All right, so he makes a big slam attack against you, Norom, and rolls a modified 20 to hit.
Is that with disadvantage?
No.
I am dodging.
Patient defense.
19.
Damn it, just hits.
Okay. And he is going to do quite a bit of damage. So, because when he hits you, that wave of concussive force like emanates out of the hit.
I am familiar.
He hits you, Norom, for that's not bad. 9 points of damage, and then I need a strength saving throw from Dorin and Norom for this wave of force.
Ouch.
Wee.
Oh, thank God, that was almost a 1. Let's see. 22.
That's not good. That's a 15. No, sorry, that's a 6. That's an 11.
You failed, but Dorin, you're good. So, Norom, you got a 6, you said, right?
Yeah, it's a total of 11. Or sorry,
Okay,
12.
25 more points of damage, and you are knocked prone.
Oof.
Yowzers.
And
Owie.
you're going to take half of that, Dorin. So that's 12 points of damage for you, the force damage.
Not again.
Not again.
And he moves on your position, Norom, like he wants to just like smother you, but he doesn't quite get there yet. Kalu, you're up.
So Kalu, it's one thing he doesn't like is wasting spells. You see Kalu put his hand on a dickhead who he doesn't like, but he felt compelled to heal, and the fact that dickhead still ruined his spell. You see the veins on Kalu's neck start to bulge and pulsate. And you watch as like he kind of like starts like pulling on his body, and you watch as his he's bonus action rage, and he's watching as his form, even though he's 8.5 feet tall and he's this big monstery Goliath, he kind of leans over on all fours, and you watch as this dire bear head on his shoulder starts to come to life. And he yells out this giant roar, and he uses wild shape and turns into a dire bear. And I charge this sand dude, standing in between Narom and the sand guy, and that ends my turn.
Dang.
That is so cool.
Wow. Like furry butt above me. Oh.
Okay.
This is how I die.
Finn, it's your turn. Can you top that?
Finn's just humming to himself. Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh. Death and honey, blood and stuff. It's but actually, he's going to look at the situation around, and he's going to pop up Healing Spirit on top of the elf girl, who's on the ground, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Pops that up on top of her, and then he would like to look around the room. If you'll allow it, that's my action to cast the spell, but to look around the room and see if there's a caster anywhere.
Oh, I see. Give me the perception check.
Oh, come on. I don't trust any of these dice.
If only you know a place to buy dice.
Perception. That is a 25.
25. Excellent. You look around, and you don't see anyone else in this room. No one lurking in the shadows, nothing like that. But as this creature seems to be losing its structural integrity slowly as it takes more and more damage, you can see a faint circular glow somewhere in its abdomen. That now you're like, okay, though there's something in this creature.
If you'll allow it, I'd like to yell that to the rest of the group.
Okay, yeah, great.
Which is just a normal volume of speaking for Ven.
Yeah. Hey, wait, stop. Don't.
There's a thing in its abdomen.
Okay. If you have a passive perception of 13 or lower, you didn't hear him. Okay, excellent. So we're back to the top now, which is you, Ivy.
Awesome. So, my hidey spot just turned into a bear and ran away from me.
So rude.
Yeah, I love the fact that you were like right behind him, and then all of this happened, like he described it, and you're like, just like, what is happening?
That made that moment all the more beautiful.
Yeah, you're just like bawling now, like I'm traumatized.
What do I do? A bow. This is what I can do. Take a shot. After hearing Finn kind of point out the glowing abdomen, I'm going to try to shoot specifically at that area.
Great.
Okay.
Roll for disadvantage, please.
Can do. 15 and a 14, so that is...
14 is
That's on the die. Let me check.
Yeah.
So do a dirty 20.
That hits.
Yes.
Nice.
And do I have allies
so-
if I feed him?
Well, here's the thing. Do you want to do damage, or do you want to hit this thing?
Oh, shoot. I want to hit this thing.
Great. Don't roll damage.
Okay.
You take your shot. You get it just as he turns, and it exposes it in the kind of right where his abs should be if he was like humanoid. And you shoot. It flies true and hits this thing, and you hear a clunk, and you see your arrow sail out the back of him, and this ball about the size of a softball, flying with it glowing like white and red, and lands in the sand, and this thing roars. And he's starting to fall apart, but he is still up, just intent to smother Narom. Eckert, it's your turn.
Oh, one more thing.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. I'm going to use... how far away is that little orb from me now?
It's about 20 feet from you. It's on the other side of the cave.
Oh, okay, awesome. I mean, I have 25 feet of movement. I'd like to run over to it. If I need to, I'll take the cunning action dash as well to get over to it. And I want to grab it.
Great. So you have to have enough movement to get over there, and then your cunning action would be like, use object, right? That's one of the things you have. So you can just scoop that thing up. Yeah. I need you to make an intelligence saving throw. Eckers, it's your turn.
Okay. So does it look like? So when she picked that up, did the creatures seem to notice that? Be concerned?
Yeah, I think that when she picked it up, it is basically getting ready to slam its hand down on the prone Narome, and it kind of turned back behind it to look.
Okay. So I am going to Okay, I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna roll for attack, but I'm also gonna use my. Where is it? Where'd it go? I'm gonna use my. Where'd it go? Sorry. I'm like, this is the problem with being dual class. Okay, whatever. I'll find it later. Oh, that's what I was going to do. I'm going to use... Okay, never mind. Okay. Well, maybe not. Is that going to be...
I love your internal monologue.
I know. My external monologue. 16 to hit?
No, miss.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. Does a 17 hit?
Miss.
She's going to run away.
Okay. Strong play.
Well, actually, no. She's gonna run towards. I take that back. She's gonna run towards Ivy.
Ivy. Okay. Great.
Yeah, to see over there, and Lindsay is going to put that dice back in the bag.
In the go away forever bag. All right, Doreen, you're up.
The sand creature is disintegrating? ?
He seems to be like Frosty the Snowman on a July day.
But still up.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. So he's just going to keep on advancing forward and just popping arrows out.
Great. Go for it.
Pew, pew. Pew, pew, pew. That would be a 29.
Yes, that's a hit.
Wow. 13 points of piercing.
Okay.
And second arrow is a 26.
Hit.
11 points of piercing.
Okay. Great. He's still up. Some of those arrows didn't come out the other side.
Yes.
Did not come out the other side. Okay. All right. Let me just double check bonus action. I don't think I have anything else. Oh, that's right. Narome is still on the ground, yes?
Yes, he is. It's his turn next.
I'm going to use my bonus action real quick to just tell him, get up! You're still in this fight! And that is my healing word to heal him for 7 points of damage.
That was more than one word. Just for point of order, also, I did put my bear self in between Narome and the sand creature.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
All right.
And that's my turn.
That's your turn. All right, Narome.
All right. Seeing this thing collapse on me, I'm going to nope out of there. Roll backwards and kind of fall into the darkness and shadow step 30 feet in any direction that's not going to be collapsed on.
Excellent. So you roll into the shadows and then just pop out, still standing on the other side of the area, kind of by the entrance that would have been to the right when you first walked in. And then about 45 degrees to your right, you can see Ivy with this ball and Echo's running towards her. And then straight ahead of you kind of is where you were, Bear, Kalu, and this thing.
And I proceed to vomit sand.
Excellent.
And end my turn, getting tired of this.
Great. The sand creature, now having no other option, sees Kalu and makes 2 slam attacks. Just do it as hard as it can. 26 hits and a 22.
Both hit?
Great.
Ow.
And let's go ahead and just roll them here.
I'll take all the damage.
Okay, 16 plus 8 is 26 points of damage. No, 24 points of damage.
Ow.
Okay.
Ow.
And he just wails into the two big old fists, and it's interesting because like more of his sand comes off, like it almost like hits and like you're like sand blasted a little bit, and then the fists kind of slowly reform as he maneuvers in to take another attack. But now that's his turn. Kalu, it is your turn.
Random mechanics question.
Yeah.
Am I still resistant to everything but psychic while I'm in bear form?
Are you raging?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Okay, so that's
So yeah, that was bludgeoning damage. So
26.
you would take half. Now, if I remember, we worked something out about rage and wild shape at the same time, right?
Well, because technically I can do both as a bonus, but I could do wild shape as an action, and then
Right.
rage as a bonus, which is what I did my last turn.
Right. Yeah, I'm good. We had a conversation about that. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna take my 2 claw attacks on this big sandy dude. 18 hit,
It does hit.
and that's higher. That's a 20. Okay. So 8 plus 6 is math. So tired. 13 points of slashing and 12 points of slashing total.
Okay, so 25.
Yeah.
Are you considered? Is that considered magical damage at all?
I don't think it is, no.
Okay,
It's just regular claw attacks.
great. He's still up, but he's not looking great.
Ends my turn.
Okay, great. Next up at the bottom of the initiative is Finn. Oh, real quick, Ivy, what was that intelligence saving?
I think you're muted, Finn.
Oh, it was 14.
14. Okay.
Speaking of which, I'd like to use my bonus action to send Dusk forward to attack the sandy creature.
Okay.
And
Go ahead and
then
make that roll.
Okay, that will be. Yeah. I think that's a dirty 20.
That hits.
And then that is, and these are considered magical attacks.
Okay.
Pretty sure. Yeah, somewhere in the Ranger's companion thing.
Okay.
Maybe. That will be 7 plus 3, so just 10 damage.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
it needs to make a strength saving throw.
No. Did not make it.
It is now knocked prone,
Excellent.
as much as it can be.
Just to interject real quick, you made other people do saves when the sand guy hit, otherwise they'd fall prone or take damage.
It's a special feature
Got it.
that he can do only a certain amount of times that has a recharge on it.
Got it.
And then for my action, I'd like to be checking out Ivy. Making
Could you
sure
rephrase
she's
that?
okay. Yes, making sure she's okay.
And I'm also over by her.
Yeah. Thank you, Eckers.
It was a delayed response
Oh,
because she
golly.
she was going this way, and then she was like, "Oh shit, Ivy."
Ivy seems transfixed, like she's like the answers to the universe and everything are in this ball. And you see her all of a sudden cry out, and it flings her back, and the ball goes the other direction.
Cool.
Ivy, you felt this thing like contesting your will, your mind for control, and it overpowered you, and you take 4 points of psychic damage.
Oh my god,
And it's on the ground again.
It's the seeing balls from Lord of the Rings.
Oh, boy.
That's what you see.
Okay, and I'm guessing that was my full action to look over there, watch her do that. Oh,
no,
okay.
That didn't change the course of battle, so I'm fine with you doing an action. That can be your bonus if you want.
I love you. Oh no,
And
my
I-
bonus
I love you too.
was sending Dusk forward.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so no, go ahead. I mean, I'm not worried about that.
Oh, yay.
Asking more about information about your surroundings, unless it's going to give you some kind of grand technical advantage, I'm not going to penalize you for that.
You don't know.
Neither do you.
Yeah, that's true. Dang it. 25 to hit on the first one.
That hits.
And then natural 20 on the second.
Yeah.
Nice.
So that's just going to be, let's just roll the first one. Wow, that sucks. That is going to be 4 damage on the first one. And then, full damage on the second one, 8. And I just rolled another 8. So
now,
16 plus 3, 19 damage on the second.
Here's my question. This is bow and arrow attacks?
Oh, yeah. Boo boo.
You need to roll with disadvantage. He's prone.
Oh, truth. Oh, well, that one doesn't hit for the first one. Dang it, Dusk. We work so well together. And that is a 20-something for the other one.
Okay, so I'll take the first damage and not the second damage. Got it.
Okay.
All right, excellent. Okay, excellent. All right, Ivy, you're up. You just got knocked on your butt. You're prone by this thing, and you have a rapidly increasing in intensity migraine from this mental interface you had with this. Like you were trying to wrestle control, and it just did not work.
Okay, I'll use half my movement to stand up. Do I kind of see Eckers over by the ball, or it flew off? And
it flew off away from you. So you now are like, you went 5 feet, it went 5 feet, equal opposite reaction. You're 10 feet away, and Eckers is like running to you, almost to you, like, "Are you okay?"
I was like, "Don't touch the ball. That hurt."
Okay.
And then
was the ball coming towards me, or
no? Like you were running perpendicular to where this was, so you saw them go like this, and you're running up to her.
Okay.
And the prone creature is now on the ground nearby me. Is that correct?
It's about 10 feet away from you. Yeah.
Okay. What the heck? 10 feet. Oh, well, no, I would still have actually enough movement to get up to it. So
yeah, use half your movement to stand.
Right? Yeah, I'll just go up to it with my. I'm gonna take a dagger. I'm gonna try to stab it.
Stabby stab. Right, go for it.
I don't think a 12 works.
Well, it's prone, so that means you have advantage on melee.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The same thing. So
you rolled a what?
I rolled a 12 twice.
12. Yeah, you rolled a 12, and you see the reason that you miss is like you stabbed the ground. You're like, you could have sworn its arm was right there, and it's slowly like sinking and like reforming with the ground. It's not disappeared yet, but it's starting to like try to do its disappearing act.
Understood. And that'll be it for my turn.
Great. Eckers, you're up.
Yeah, seeing that Ivy's okay, I'm gonna go in and attack at the creature. Yes. 25 to hit.
Great. What's that damage?
Okay, so that's gonna be this plus this plus this plus this. 14 points of damage.
The choice is yours.
Hey.
Okay, so seeing what it's done to, all of my comrades around, so is it like sprawled out, like arms here and?
Yeah, it's almost like it wasn't on its back. It was kind of like laying in the front, legs back behind it, and the legs are like slowly going into the sand, and it's like kind of reaching out, but it's slowly going in. But like torso, head, neck, all that's still exposed.
Yeah, so she's gonna just stab the sword into the ground, and because it's sand, she's gonna walk
Yeah.
over the sand and just dragging it up, like splitting it in half, like.
And you see it like resist a second, and then it just like someone like threw a cherry bomb in a sandcastle, which I don't recommend. And just like sand goes everywhere, and everyone covers their eyes because that feels terrible. You look around, and there's a big kind of crater where it was, and there is Findel on the ground, Ariel standing like coughing. Ivy is up, and you can see the orb not too far away, and it goes red, white, and then stays white. We're out of initiative.
I'm gonna pull out my poison dagger and be like, unless anyone else is gonna complain, I'm gonna see if I can smash this orb.
Oh no, please. Please.
So
please.
I'm gonna take my poison dagger, and I am going to see what happens if I
This is some
stab it.
Harry Potter stuff right here. Okay,
Yeah,
go ahead.
it is. Yeah, it is. We are stabbing Tom Riddle's diary right now, so I'm gonna stab an orb with this poison dagger to see if it will destroy it.
Give me an
I
attack
was at
roll.
the ready just in case.
Give you an attack roll, you said?
Yeah.
This dagger. Boop, boop, boop.
Jason,
Oh,
I'm gonna shift that healing spirit over to Nerome. Also, the female elf, she has 9 points of hit points back.
Great.
From the
She
two
has 10
round.
hit points.
Awesome.
25 to hit.
25. Oh. Okay. So you hit it, and you hit it, and it like ricochets and hits against the wall. And when you go back and look at it, though, there is like a nick out of it, but it's still glowing. It looks like maybe like you're driving behind a dump truck on the highway, and you get one of those like pock marks in your windshield. It looks like that on it.
Now, since it nicked it, was any of the poison able to get in it? Does it look like any of the poison might be seeping into it at all?
No, actually, and when you look back where your dagger came down and it like flew away, you can see some of the poison is like in the sand over there. Like it wasn't able to penetrate it, but it still nicked it basically.
Okay. If someone's got something really heavy, that might work better. Poison doesn't seem to want to do it, but I did take a little chunk out of it.
Well, now hang on. Before we go any further, do we know what this is?
No, but it did bad things.
Seems to be a control mechanism for whatever it is that was.
Also,
Yeah.
I believe I asked before I started stabbing it if everyone was okay with me stabbing it.
Yes, but since that didn't seem to work, perhaps we should figure out what we're dealing with here.
Good point.
Do I recognize this thing at all?
Give me an Arcana check. Anyone can give me an Arcana check if you are proficient.
If you are proficient,
Are you not?
I am not.
You can. Yeah. I'm surprised by that. Go ahead.
Okay, 19 though on the roll.
You feel pretty good about the assumption of a control mechanism, and it occurs to you that if this is what controlled it, someone must be on the other end. That maybe this thing was receiving commands from somewhere else.
Do we have any sort of inclination where?
No, you don't. But you've seen like a sympathetic magic before, where there's almost like a voodoo thing, like one object controls another object or person, and you think there might be another similar looking orb that is its match.
Nerome's right. This is used for control. There's got to be a pair somewhere.
I'm gonna turn to Finn and, well, I guess she's still kind of recovering. Turn to Finn and be like, "Do you know of anyone that might have this type of object that has this sort of power? They seem to be after you."
Me.
Being
Not Finn. Sorry. No, Jesus.
Nerome?
Nerome, thank you. Jeez Louise. No, sorry.
It does.
Doing- I was like,
Finn was
oh,
able to
Findel.
roleplay his.
Sorry, not Finn. Sorry, that was very scary. No, the elves. Sorry.
Yes, are you talking to
leave the shy one alone?
Are you talking to the elves or what?
Findel's not. Whoever was being
Choked?
who was being choked to them. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Ariel. That's the female
Sorry.
champion.
The female elf. Yes, too many names. I'm gonna ask Ariel. Be like, can you breathe?
Yes.
Now.
Yes.
Do you know who might have the other one of these? Because they went for you first.
She points to Findel and she says, "We have the banner." And you look over the body and you can see the banner that it's like the prize that everyone's trying to get. It's like Nerome's still clutching, not Nerome, but Findel's still clutching it dead. But he has the thing that gives the points. We tried to leave with it and the thing attacked. It suffocated him and almost did the same to me.
Kalu's gonna, in bear form still, gonna pick up the banner in my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I was about to go to it, so yeah, good.
The control orb. Would I have any inclination as to how it works? Like, do you have to physically? Does it physically have to touch something? Is it just a magical connection?
Yeah, I think that you'd have to physically touch it and exert your will through it.
Okay. I go to Kilu and can you give me that for a moment?
Was that?
Yes, I walk up to the bear and say, "Can you give me that, please?"
I would like to try and beeline to Kalu as fast as possible to try and get him out of rage before Doreen approaches, or while Doreen is approaching.
Sun's getting real low.
Seriously, I like Doreen. Finn, like, for the first time, he's not a very, like, offensive dude in touching or anything. He shoves you out of the way and, like, lands skidding right in front. Kalu, hey, look at me. And I kind of remove the mask and be like, Mom is with us. Come on.
Oh my God, you're his Black Widow.
Come back. Come.
Still staying in bear form, he is going. You see, like, the aggression kind of relax.
Okay.
I like to imagine the fur changes color.
Well, yeah, you know, like dire bears or dire wolves. You know how they like the bone protrusions.
Yeah,
I think that subsides a little bit, and the hair doesn't look quite so like matted and black. It turns a little bit more brown.
Right, things get a little more civilized. Yeah, I like that.
My fur is definitely looking a bit browner. Oh gosh. Turn around. Doreen, good to go.
So
Right.
you want to
do you give me the banner?
You want to see the banner, or you want to just look at it?
I want to take the banner. I'll give it back.
Run, Caleb. We can win this.
Okay, he opens his mouth to give it to you.
Yeah.
Run, you're not the same team.
Kalu just opens his mouth, and you can go grab it if you want.
Yes, stick your hand in the bear's maw.
Nothing's gonna go wrong.
And Ekers is just gonna slowly be kind of like making her way towards Doreen.
Doreen takes the banner.
Okay, what do you do, Doreen?
Doreen is going to take the banner, walk back over to the orb, and wrap it up with the banner to pick it up.
Okay, great, good idea. All right, what would you guys like to do now? The Breath and Mara kind of are like, hey, you have the banner, that thing's dead, we should just go. There's no reason for us to be here anymore. And Mara's like, yeah, like, this is no good. And she like kind of curses in Halfling, a word that basically means this place is a crap hole.
Yeah. I have a feeling we're not going to find any more answers here.
Kalu's
No, because whoever has the other one.
Kalu's gonna shift back to his form, which is a very uncomfortable thing when you look at. He's just kind of like in pain, shifting back into his normal.
Kind of an American Werewolf in London vibe.
Yes. Dorin,
Dorin just yes.
you have all the pendants. Let me hold the banner and the ball thing.
Are you sure you're not going to have another fit of rage there?
No, I will not.
Make sure you don't touch it.
Yes. Keep it wrapped.
Keep it safe.
Keep it hidden.
It's secret.
Is this cavern, does it go further, like deeper in, or?
So from here, basically, you guys could backtrack your way, or Ariel says that she took another way to get here, but it was kind of like she felt like she was going in circles to get there.
The question remains unanswered, unfortunately.
And Eckers is going to turn. So, Dorin, you are familiar with these types of wolves. Is there a distance limitation on how far away the other person can, who has the orb, who's controlling it, can be, or is it could they be anywhere?
Based on
DM, do I know this?
Yeah,
Oh.
based on your previous role, what I would say is that there is it varies. You've seen sympathetic magic like this before, kind of a voodoo slave and master idea, and some of them work for miles. Others you have to be in line of sight, so there's no real telling from what you know. Kalu,
Caleb, do you know something?
Sorry.
See you bouncing up and down there.
So, when Dorin gives it to me, now that I'm not full of blood and rage, I holding the ball and the banner, slowly take the cloth off so I can see the orb, and I want to
Careful with
cast
that.
locate object to see if I can see its partner.
it's in the camp.
It's in the camp. Does it give me is it like a beep 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 kind of thing?
Yep.
All right.
And you think that you could get out of here in time to be able to like go out and see, like, so if you were able to be outside this cavern while that spell's still going on, you could like get bearing and distance and like just walk straight to it.
Got it.
And it doesn't seem to be moving.
I know where it is. Let's go.
Let's not waste any time.
Yeah.
Are you guys backtracking the way you came since you know it's safe?
Yeah, I think that's
Great.
Yep.
What's the duration on this spell, Kalu?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Great. You get out with about 5 minutes to spare and emerge from the opening, and Nazar from the Halflings, Acker, and Garrett are out there waiting, but that's the only three. And they're like, "You did it! You made it! Where's Findel?" Kalu, you can see it's like right in the middle of the camp, just on the outskirts.
I'm gonna run right past him. And keep
Okay.
going.
I am right on
Yeah.
his heels.
Everyone's
Same.
following along.
He's dead.
As we're like running by the explain.
What'd you say, Ivy?
I said, as we're like running by, like little legs moving as fast as they can, just be like, "We'll explain. I promise. We'll explain." Okay, bye.
Yeah.
Okay. You get closer, Kalu, and Norome catches up because he's like Captain America, and and it's in the middle of this big white tent,
Okay.
right between. It's kind of the focal point of the 5 rays that go out
Mhm.
of the different colored tents.
Uh-oh.
I'm going in the tent.
What do you? Okay, you rush in through the
Yep.
front door.
Following him in.
I am. So it's a tent, right? So I am
Yeah.
gonna like. I'm not rushing in the front door. I am
Going around
listening
behind.
intently to what's going on, but I am sneaking around outside with my dagger out, ready.
Ivy.
As we're starting to realize that Kayla's going for that tent specifically, Ivy's going to reach out into her bag and drink that potion of invisibility before she goes in.
Ooh.
Smart.
You disappear. Doreen, Finn.
I'm right on Kaylee's tail. I'm following him.
Nice.
I mean,
And-
I've been riding Dusk, and
I personally would like to claw in the side of the tent to make another opening.
Well, that's essentially why I'm sneaking around the back. I'm probably going to go to the back. But you do your thing. I'm going to try and do it stealthily, but
3 entrances are still better than 1.
Excellent. Okay. You rush in, and standing there in the middle of the tent is Amis.
I knew it.
Knew it.
And he's holding an identical ball.
I wrote it. Amis.
Amis bad bag?
Guy.
Now, okay, let's turn that into a clip.
Yes.
It's the bad guy.
And he sees you like just burst in, and he's just standing there very calmly with the orb in his hand. And he says, "It took you long enough." And just drops it on the ground. And he starts to like unbutton his shirt.
Oh boy. Okay.
Cool.
That's where this
He
is going.
says,
Okay.
"I'll have to do this directly, I see." And
Oh,
shucks
no.
off his shirt. Brother is jacked. Like,
Yeah.
he's like human in his 80s. He does not look it.
Yeah, he's trained at my monastery apparently, because only people that have trained there know the saying.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Have any of you guys watched Avatar The Last Airbender? I'm just getting King Boomy vibes right now.
I never have.
Yes.
No one can accuse me of plagiarism. I've never seen it, so
Nope,
let's see how it goes.
that's exactly what I was thinking.
I love it.
He says, "I suppose I should have never trusted that thing to do a real job. If I am to succeed, I'll have to take care of you myself. I will not go quietly into the night. This fist is a mountain. This fist is the sand."
And this fist is your demise.
Yes.
I would.
And Amis just hits the ground, boof, and the whole tent flies back, and everyone needs to make a strength saving throw. Invisible, not invisible, behind the tent, on a wolf, everything.
Yeah. Wait, should I make it for me or the wolf?
There we
Oh,
go.
thank God.
Yes.
Nat 20, great.
27.
27, great. Ivy,
23.
18.
18, okay. Narum,
Non-nat 20.
modified 20, got it. Finn,
Jason, me and the wolf, or just me or the wolf?
you're on the wolf.
Yes.
Make it for the wolf.
Okay. Okay. That'll be a 15.
15, okay. So those who got over a 20, you hunker down and the sand blasts past you. The tent flies away, like it lands 50 feet away, upside down in shambles. Everyone else is thrown back 20 feet and is prone. And he just stands up from it. And there's like a crackling dark energy that was on his fist. And Narom, did you make your save? I can't remember.
Yeah.
You did? All right.
Yes.
He starts advancing on you and Doreen, who also made his save. And he says, "Do you have any idea how hard I had to work to be the 4-time champion? As a human, you'll never know with your ridiculous lifespan. I would do anything, any cost, to stay alive, to stay on top. And if it means," and he grabs you by the shirt, "making a deal with the devil himself, I will do it." And you can see his eyes are like kind of crackling black, like black lightning almost. And no, what would you do?
I just want to, put my hands on his hand, start to try to pry it off, and say, "You disgrace the monastery."
They disgrace themselves. Rigid, unyielding, not willing to take risks or change. This is my chance. This is my shot. I could be a champion again.
One shot to live.
You killed innocent people for no reason.
It's not about innocence, no, Rome. It is about the strong and the weak.
While all of this is going on, Can I be like sneaking up? I want to try and sneak up behind him and stab him with my poison dagger because he's very engaged with Nerome right now, and he never saw me there. Can I?
Yeah, absolutely. Make your attack.
Oh, that is a nat 20.
Yeah.
Nice.
Take a picture if you want.
No, go for it. Make that attack.
Okay, great. So boop doop doop doop. With the poison. No, let's go back to the right screen. And are we doing max and then another roll?
Just roll both of them. Roll the dice twice.
Roll the dice twice. Okay,
And then to add the bonus ones.
Yeah. Okay, so since I rolled a nat 20, does he still need to do the saving con for the poison?
Yeah, he'll still need to make his save for that.
Okay, so then because I am stabbing you with a poison dagger, so then because the attack itself is only okay, so that I rolled a 4. So double that, that's 8, 9,
Okay.
10, 11, 12. So that's if I'm doubling the roll,
so
that's 12 points of damage.
You don't get sneak.
Oh, I don't get sneak, so I don't get advantage.
He has the alert feat. He cannot be surprised.
Dang. Okay. Well, I still hit him with the attack, right?
Oh, absolutely. You just don't double
Okay.
all of those dice. That's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, no. I was only doubling the D4. So the dagger has a D4.
Yeah.
So
you
all I
double
was
the
giving
D4,
you
yeah.
damage for was I
Okay.
rolled a 4, so doubling that was 8 plus 4 is 12. And then he needs to make a con saving throw for the poison.
He smacks the dagger away, still in your hand, and you expect the poison to take effect, and just nothing happens. Nerome, you've heard of such techniques where the body no longer responds to those kinds of things.
I have a minor version of that ability.
I still have 12 points of damage. I stand by my action.
No, absolutely. I'm sorry to
it's totally
cheapen
fine.
it somehow. I'm sorry.
She's like, still got you, and she looks at the poison, and she's like, "Run away!"
He responds in kind, hits you with an open palm.
Did I not have time to run away then?
No, because we haven't rolled initiative, right?
No, I haven't.
No, yeah.
No.
So this is all kind of like loosey goosey right here, and so he just kind of like turns on you, smacks that away with his other hand, and hits you in the sternum. Does a 15 hit?
It does not. And hold on one sec. I am going to when a creature misses with me. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to use a superiority die, and
Nice.
I'm going to do riposte on it. So I'm going to use my action to make a melee attack against him.
Nice.
So I'm going to swipe at him, and do I get just the 1 or do I get the 2 for dual wielding?
I think
It's
no,
just-
you get the 1. You don't get the dual wielding on that.
Okay, I do it. So 18 to hit.
18 to hit. That's a hit.
Great. But without sneak attack, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
God, these weapons don't do any damage. Jeez Louise. That is 5 points of damage.
Great.
Jason,
And-
since I was standing next to Nerome,
Yeah.
would she be 5 feet away from me when he tries to hit her, or would he be 5 feet away from me when he tries to hit her?
Did you make your save when the blast happened?
Yes, I had a 27.
Okay, great. Yeah, then you're all right in that area. If
Okay.
you need to make some kind of reaction, you can.
Yeah, I'm gonna do my
Oh,
sentinel
shit.
attack. If he tries to hit her.
Great. Yeah.
Okay,
so
sorry.
you
And
try-
I did add I'm supposed to add the D8
Yep.
superiority die to that, so that's an additional 6. That was my fault.
additional 6. Great.
Yeah, 'cause I
Yeah.
add the superiority die to the damage.
Yeah, so it's a great scene. You come up and stab him in the kidneys, and he like smacks the knife out of the way. Tries to hit you. You dodge it with your rapier, with your dagger, and then stab him again. Just as Kalu like and stabs as well, while he's still holding the rum with one hand. Kalu,
Dirty 20.
that hits.
15
That's
points
super.
of slashing damage.
See, that's a lot better than mine.
and his speed is reduced to 0.
Yes.
Nice. Okay. I am going to do narrative initiative.
Okay.
So the initiative right now is Eckers, Amis, Kalu. Who would like to go next based on where you are? Narome, I think you might have priority here since you are being held by this guy.
Okay, so am I up?
Yeah, well, you're up, but he's holding you by your shirt, and your feet aren't really touching the ground.
It's cool. Feet are unarmed strikes too.
Yes, they are, because they're literally not arms.
Yeah. I'm just gonna pummel as much as I can pummel. So this is gonna be 2 attacks plus the bonus flurry of blows, so 4 total. Yeah.
Oh.
Let's see.
It's a lot
The
of
lowest is a 14, so that's a 14, a 16, and then higher, much higher.
God, monks are so good.
The 16 and below miss.
Okay, so 2 hit.
2 hit.
All right. 2, 6, 12 points of magical punchy damage.
Okay.
And that's all I got.
All right, great. Who would like to go next? I think Doreen and Finn and Ivy, you guys got blasted back, yes?
Yeah.
No, I made my save.
Oh,
Ivy's still invisible, right? Though, aren't you?
Yeah, she is.
Okay.
Invisibility doesn't go away if you take damage. Only if you
Oh, no. I was just trying to.
Yeah.
Real quick question, because we're in narrative initiative. Mine was just a reaction. Do I still get a turn, or do we going around?
We'll come back around.
Okay.
I realize this is kind of loosey-goosey. I've literally never tried narrative initiative before, so why not?
Yeah. I was just wondering if I could bonus action rage if there was if that was
yes,
part of it.
absolutely. Go for it. You can bonus action rage, even though you promised you wouldn't. Doreen, go ahead.
Narome is separated now? Or is he still grasped?
He did not let him go.
He did not let him go.
Yeah, Narome kicks and and then tries to do 2 punches, and Amis just easily just smacks the hand down with one hand. Narome, you get the sense that he might be faster than you. But he's still holding the realm. He's his ire is on him for sure.
Gotcha. So Dorin's going to draw his short sword from his back and take a slash at Amis.
Great. Make that attack.
Well, that was awful. Natural 1 again.
Someone needs to take all the clips of you saying that throughout the game and put it together.
True story. In fact, that might actually be my next project. How many 1s can he roll? Which ends up adding up to a 9.
No, not even close.
Yeah, I figured as much. Let's try that again, shall we?
Sure.
Well, that was slightly better at a 12.
No.
Cool. So, just and just clearly not even knowing where his target is. He's just so disturbed by the situation. Yeah, that's my turn.
All right, Finn or Ivy, who has an idea?
You want to go?
Oh,
No?
yeah.
Okay, well then,
Ivy, you're invisible. Let's have you go, then Finn.
good. So, I use half a movement to get up. How far away is?
He is about 20 feet away.
20 feet away? Okay. So, I know that he has the alert feat like I do, so he can't technically be surprised. Does that also negate the sneak attack function of when he has an enemy within 5 feet of him?
No, that would be okay. What happened with Eckers was kind of a special circumstance.
Yeah, I was wondering. Okay.
Yeah, so if you get other people to help you out, Eckers, you absolutely can sneak. But
so it didn't count that that Kalu is next to me.
Right, because Kayla was on the ground. He had Narome well in hand, and you were trying to sneak up behind him.
Gotcha. Okay.
And he just kind of turned just before you stabbed him and saw you. But being harried by other characters, that's okay.
Gotcha. So I'll take out my short bow then, and I'm going to take an attack against him. That's it.
Okay.
Ooh, not bad. A dirty 20. Will that hit?
Yes, it will.
Awesome. It's gonna be. I'll just let Vorpal do it. So with sneak attack +3, so 22 points of damage.
Okay.
But my invisibility now drops. I'm visible again.
Yes, it does. Okay, so you fire that, and he grabs it out of the air with his reaction
Got it.
and throws it back at you.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
And rolled a 27.
Oh, that definitely hits.
So that's what does it do? Is it D8? Your arrow?
D6 +3. Yeah, D6 +3.
Okay, then you take 7 points of damage.
I am going to. Oh goodness. When an attack against me, is it uncanny dodge that I can use? Yeah, I'm gonna use uncanny dodge and have that damage.
Nice. Is uncanny dodge a reaction?
It is, yes.
You can't use your reaction on your turn.
Oh, I can't. Oh, dang, I thought you could. Okay.
No.
Dang it. Okay. And what was the damage again on that?
7.
7. Okay.
You can only use your reaction when it's not your turn.
Did not realize that. Okay. And that'll be it for me.
Okay, Finn.
I would. Oh boy. I'd like to stand up on Dusk, or I'd like to stand up. I'd like to have Dusk stand up. I'm like, well, crap, my gosh, and kind of pull out 2 arrows and be like, what are you waiting for? Go attack. And like to let 2 arrows fly towards him. Even if I don't really have a clean shot, I'm still going to do it.
Okay.
Don't hit me, brother.
Yikes. That's just going to be a 14 to hit him.
Nope. Sails past.
And a 21 to hit him.
That does hit.
Cool.
And he has already used his reaction.
That will be... Oh, snap. That's nice. That's going to be 11 damage.
Okay.
And then if Dusk is able to make it to him, Dusk's movement, since it is halved, would get him 25 feet, or her 25 feet.
Yep, that'll do it.
Cool. And she's going to pounce. And she's going to miss.
Yeah, he sidesteps still with Narom in his hand, just like that. It's knocked away your arrow. Back to the top. Eckers, it is your turn.
Great. So I am, and sneak attack now does apply because there are now.
Yes, there is.
Great. Okay, wonderful. Yep, that's not going to hit. And the second attack. That will hopefully hit. 18 to hit.
18 hits.
Oh, thank goodness. You hesitated. It scared me.
Well, I was looking at other mean things I could do and had to.
I know. 15 points of damage.
Nice.
And
15.
I am going to use my bonus action dash away from him.
Okay. All right. And how much? I'm sorry. How much damage did you say?
15.
15. Great. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. It is his turn, and he is going to headbutt you twice, Norom.
Dwarf.
Yeah.
He's gonna bend down to headbutt you.
Yeah.
Like he's got me picked up.
Yeah. So the first one is only an 11, and like I assume you just like smile back when he does that.
Yeah. Thick dwarven skulls.
Yeah. Next one is like a 26.
Okay.
Yeah, that does it. Oh yeah. And does 8 points of damage, and you actually need to make a save against being stunned. Yes.
Oh no! As he makes the attack, I want to do my sentinel again. New round.
Oh, excellent. Okay. You need to make a strength saving throw, or is that it? No, sorry, con saving throw. I apologize.
That is 15.
You made it. You were not
Yeah.
stunned. Man, that hurt. And your reaction again, there, Kalu?
26 to hit.
Hit.
And 17 points of slashing damage, and your speed is reduced to 0.
How much damage? 17?
Yes, 17.
Okay.
No, I'm raging. 19. Yes.
You see him headbutt Norom, and you see him like flex, and some of his wounds start to close just as you kind of stab him in the back. And some of those wounds open back up again. And Kalu, it is your turn proper.
So after I follow through with the axe, I bonus action wild shape into our very friendly dire bear, and then to make my take the attack action, take my 2 attacks.
Excellent. You might be able to do this.
18 to hit.
Hits.
That's 5, 6, 11, plus 2, 13 points of slashing on the first one.
13 points of slashing on the first one.
And a 19 to hit on the second.
That's a hit.
And 9, 6, 15, 17 points of slashing on the second.
The choice is yours.
Is he let go of Narom?
Yeah.
I assume,
You get a slash, and he falls back and lays on the ground, and you see his. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I would just start to maul him. I mean, I'd scratch. I'm raging now, so I'm a little crazy. So I start to scratch him, and then just take a big chunk of his throat out with my teeth.
Great. And as he falls, you guys can see that black lightning energy, like all over his body, to the point where you, Kalu, are like even Rage and Bear form know that that's no me gusta, and so you kind of back up a little bit, and you see his body innervate, just like become more typical of like an 86-year-old human man, frail and a hunch, and the muscles tend to go back, and his cheeks are sallow. And he is clearly dead, but he looks now like a typical grandpa. And that black energy crackles through the ground, and something over off to the side, in what would have been the corner of Amisa's tent, there looks like something wrapped up in a rug or something, and it starts to move, and a hand bursts out of it, pulls it back, and a corpse stands up, clearly not moving right. And Norom, you recognize him. This is the body of your original partner. This is Gunter. They had taken the body to Mises for transport back to the Dwarven lands. And it stands and says, "From the tomb of Straken deep to the gate that ever bars, let the Dwarven gods forever keep what rests among the well of stars. Kalu, Finn, you will never stop me. You will never avenge your parents." And the body collapses. And Kalu, you see, and Finn, you see the energy run across the ground towards the step, and you lose sight of it. And you look up, and you can see at the top of the steps, so small, a man in black robes. And you swear he's wearing a white skull helmet. And then you lose sight of him. And you turn, you look around, and you see the carnage. The dead bodies before you, one A sad old man. Another, a hero who is never getting a chance to be a champion. A destroyed tent. And in your hand is, Doreen, an empty victory. A banner that gives you points that mean nothing. And that's the end of our game tonight.
Oh, man.
I'm gonna need a transcript of that little mini speech. I was trying to write it down, but I couldn't write fast enough.
You know, it's a shame there isn't a feature where the entirety of the episode would be recorded for playback at a later date.
Yeah,
Impossible. Too much work.
And if perhaps we didn't have a YouTube channel that also hosts those videos.
exactly.
I know, it'd be a darn shame.
Well, guys, thank you for playing. I hope that you have been left with more questions and answers and had a good time. This will be up on the Twitch for a while, so you can watch the replay. Thanks for watching. Thanks for subscribing. If you do have that free subscription through your Amazon Prime, please. I know you have a choice when you subscribe on Twitch. Thank you for choosing us. Solo, you can take us out. Thanks for watching, guys.
Yeah, thank you all. That was a blast. I'm happy I was actually able to rage. By the way, I'm probably gonna tear into the room. Sorry. We're gonna go ahead and raid our friends over at Dice and Everything Nice. Our friend Kaylee Bray is DMing over there.
Kaylee.
So go ahead and watch Disney Princesses playing D&D, and we will see you guys tomorrow for the next episode of Origins of Door at 5:30 Pacific. Have a wonderful night, everyone.
Night, everyone. Thank you for joining.
Rowan's dead.
Oh.